Good morning, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don in here with you. Severe weather coverage for your Sunday morning, and we'll jump right in. We have a very strong thunderstorm over Chambers County at this hour. A severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for several locations across East Alabama, including Chambers County. I'll go ahead and give you the text of this warning that's in effect. The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers County. The severe thunderstorm, which prompted, let's see, let me get down to the right verbiage here. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3:30 a.m. Central for Central Chambers County. At 3:04 a.m. this morning, a severe thunderstorm was located over West Chambers or near Lafayette, moving to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. The main threat with this storm is golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust. Again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Central Chambers County. And that is in effect until 3:30. So we've got about another 19 minutes or so to go on this warning. So let me go down to street level, and we'll show you exactly where this storm is. And there you go. Coming up on Chambers Academy, that's where the heaviest part of this storm is. And that's where your hail is going to be taking place at this hour. And we're talking about, about to cross over 431 there, just south of Lafayette. But now this is coming right directly at Lafayette. So downtown Lafayette, down 431, all the way down, down almost all the way down to Tiger Corner. Is where the heaviest part of this storm is. Now, we've got strong gusty winds and torrential rainfall covering most of the southern half of Chambers County, but the actual hail part and where the heaviest winds would be located down here in the southwest and south central sections of Chambers County, moving off to the northeast this hour. So there you go. There's the brand new volume scan. The absolute heaviest of this would be out there on Highway 50, just to the southwest of Lafayette, and it's going to come right up Highway 50. So if you're south of downtown, if you're in downtown Lafayette or just south of downtown Lafayette, that's where the heaviest of this storm is going to be, and we could be looking, according to the radar, we are looking at some pretty significant hail there in Chambers County. Let's see. Let me take a look at a couple of other warnings that are underway. Now, we've got very heavy rainfall covering the southern half of Chambers. That stretches all the way up into the north and northwest sections of the county, places like Daviston, Milltown, Pennon. You've got some very heavy rainfall up there, and then on up into Randolph County. We've got some pretty heavy rainfall there just north of Roanoke, back over toward Crystal Lake, and then back out Broughton Ridge down to around Dickard, and back over toward Wadley. Some very heavy rainfall taking place there also. But that portion of the storm, that's the northern reaches of this storm, it's not severe at the moment. So you folks up here in Randolph County, you're not under any types of warning. You are under a watch. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for East Alabama and West Georgia. In Alabama, the counties covered under that severe thunderstorm watch include Autauga, Bibb, Bullock, Chambers, Chilton, Clay, Coosa, Dallas, Elmore, Greene, Hale, Lee, Lowndes, Macon, Marengo, Montgomery, Perry, Randolph, Russell, Shelby, Sumter, Talladega, and Tallapoosa. That is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 8 a.m. This morning for portions of Alabama and Georgia. In Georgia, our counties that we cover here on Dr. Don's Weather that are covered by the severe thunderstorm watch would be Heard, Troup, and Harris. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Troup County. The National Weather Service in Peachtree City has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County in west central Georgia and northwestern Harris County and west central Georgia until 5:15 a.m. this morning. At 4:11 a.m. Eastern, a severe thunderstorm was located over West Chambers or near Lafayette, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds indicated with this storm. Folks, that will damage your car. For you folks in southern Chambers, it's too late, or central and southern Chambers, it's too late. But if you're over here in the city of LaGrange, and if you have a way of protecting your automobile, such as putting it in a carport, under an awning, or if you don't have either, if you have an old blanket, just anything you can put over your automobile to soften the impact of that hail, it would be advised to do so, but only for you folks in LaGrange. If you're over here in Chambers County, it's too late to take those type of precautionary measures. But if you're traveling over here on I-85, if you're in Troup County, find a place of shelter to get your automobile in out of the weather. And try to protect it if you possibly can, if it's safe to do so. If it's not safe to do so, don't worry about it. You've got insurance, and that's what it's there for. So we look back downstream, and we have more storms down, and here's going to be the issue, at least for this morning's round of severe weather. I'm afraid we're looking at a training effect here. Because we have another thunderstorm complex back in northern Elmore and southern Coosa that's going to take almost the exact same track as the one we've got over here in Chambers right now. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be covering portions of northern Elmore and southeastern Coosa. This thunderstorm warning is in effect until 3:45 a.m. this morning. Again, we have the main threat here is going to be hail up to 1.25 inches in size, and forward wind or wind gust of up to 60 miles per hour with a forward motion of about 46 miles per hour. So this is going to move out of northern Elmore and southern Coosa and will end up over in Tallapoosa County, north of Tallahassee. But you folks in over on Lake Martin, down to around Our Town and Kalijah, and eventually over here at Dadeville, need to pay attention to this storm in southern Coosa, northern Elmore. And then looking even further off to the west, we have storms back over in Chilton County and Bibb County that is going to continue moving off to the east. These may be a little bit further north, so they may end up being more of an Alexander City threat if they hold together. But I'm thinking we're probably about to get a second warning over here in Coosa County. I mean, look at that stuff just west of Hyssop. That's going to move over Alexander City. So if you're in Alexander City, you've got a strong storm off to your west as well. And then that second core down there in the southern part of Coosa County, which we're actually getting a warning for this morning. So once again, let me reset. Dr. Don with you on your Sunday morning. We told you last night when we went to bed that this was going to happen, and here it is. This is going to be one of many potential rounds of strong to severe thunderstorms today. And it's going to be really hard to tell you exactly when all this is going to happen. There's going to be multiple disturbances that move across the southeastern United States. We have that cold front that moved through yesterday that has stalled out just south of the area, and it's just sitting there, and we're going to have impulses run across that cold front all day long from time to time. It's not going to storm all day, but there will be periods of storms all day, if that makes sense. So today is going to be a weather-aware day across East Alabama and West Georgia. The tornado threat is not extremely high. What you see right now is what's the biggest threat that we're going to be dealing with today, and that's going to be large hail and damaging straight line winds. When we get these, we've got very cold air in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So when we get these large hailstones and the atmosphere, the stones get so big that the atmosphere can't hold them, then they come crashing to the ground. And then when they come to the ground, they push air away. And that's what causes the straight line winds, and that's the type of weather setup we have today. It can be pretty dangerous and damaging. So make sure you stay weather aware throughout the day. And, of course, we'll be with you with full coverage all day long right here on Dr. Don's Weather. So looking up here in Randolph County, we're beginning to see some hail now just north of Roanoke. This would be up there to the northeast of Crystal Lake. Y'all are going to have to bear with me. I'm still battling sinuses. I'm much better than I was, but I'm still having some issues. So let me get this loop current. There we go. Just to the east of Crystal Lake, north of Roanoke, we have a hail core up here that's beginning to develop as well. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you some road names here. County Road 133, County Road 59, County Road 671. This is the area where we're seeing the hail develop up in Randolph County. This would be just east of Crystal Lake or Highway 431, and it's going to continue moving off to the east as well. So just north of Center Chapel, up there around Springfield, up 87 on the eastern side of Randolph County. That's where this hail core is going to be headed and eventually end up over here in Heard County. Very heavy rainfall now from Roxton down to just north of Roanoke. And some hail developing up there. That's a relatively small area, but it is in the developmental stage, so I'm thinking it's probably going to grow even stronger. Let's go back down to Chambers. This is where we have our severe thunderstorm warning at this hour. Let me give you some roads here. Of course, that's Highway 50 coming out of downtown Lafayette. And we are looking at hail down the area of County Road 89. This is Chambers County. County Road 87. Chambers County Road 90. Look at that. Wow. So we have hail falling down basically from Lafayette all the way out to Hughley, almost all the way to Shawmont. Just anywhere on Highway 50, really, all the way from downtown Lafayette back out to really all the way back to West Point. We have hail lined up there along Highway 50. So you're going to want to stay away from that area if you can. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in now. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. I'll just read it to you. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Tallapoosa, eastern Coosa, and southern Clay in east central Alabama at 4:30 a.m. Until 4:30 a.m. At 3:22 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Cruzville or near Rockford, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. The hazard with this storm is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So that's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning now. Here it is. It's already popped up on the board. Yeah, this is going to be that area I was just talking about there in central Coosa, just west of Hyssop, that I was warning Alexander City about. It has now gone severe. So now we have two separate severe thunderstorm warnings in Coosa County. And this northern storm is probably going to rob the energy from the southern, but we'll see. But nonetheless, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Tallapoosa County. This is going to include Alexander City. This will also include New Site and Daviston. This will include Brownsville, Millerville, Gibsonville, Mountain Community, Just south of Ashland, from that point south is where the worst of this is expected to be. Places like Cooley Crossroads, Mountain Community, Pinckneyville, Millerville, Brownsville, Hollins, you're covered by this severe thunderstorm warning as well. And I would be concerned about this stuff in southern Randolph. That's likely going to prompt a warning here in just a few moments as well. Especially you folks over here in Hurd. The heaviest part of this storm in Randolph now is to the northeast of Roanoke, and it looks like it is going to continue to build in intensity and end up over in Hurd County. So if you're over here in Franklin, pay attention to this stuff coming to you out of Randolph County. That's probably going to go severe. Warnings are popping left and right now. Okay, so we have a new warning for Chilton County. Yes, this is going to be for Bibb and Chilton County over in central Alabama. This is going to be for a strong thunderstorm just north of Maplesville. That is continuing off to the northeast. This will affect places like Jemison, Thorsby, just north of Clanton. And this is important to us in East Alabama because this is going to end up in East Alabama. Also, that heavy thunderstorm there just south of Clanton, right along I-65, moving off to the northeast also. So, yeah, this is really intensifying quickly this morning. Again, folks, you can never rule out the possibility of a tornado in an event like this, but I got to tell you, the tornado threat is low this morning. The main threat here is going to be hail, large hail, and damaging straight line wind. Of course, that can cause a lot of damage, almost just as much damage, or in some situation as much damage as a small tornado. So it should be taken very seriously. But we're not looking at a major tornado outbreak this morning. That could change later in the day, but right now the threat's going to be hail. And folks, when we get into active coverage like this, sometimes I can't always watch the message board. I do my best to kind of glance over there from time to time, and I'll try to answer questions as I can. Question about Pennon, Alabama this morning. Pennon is up here in northwestern Chambers County, and you do have a storm there, but it's nothing like what we see down here in southern portions of Chambers County. I mean, we're talking, this is a big storm down here between Lafayette and West Point, moving off to the east with just a large hail field taking place down there from Lynette back up toward County Road 90. Let me look at a few more. Let me give you a few more reference points here where the heaviest hail is happening right now in Chambers. This is Country Club Road. This is in Chambers County. County Road 87 in Chambers County. Chambers County Road 210. And this is moving in the general direction of County Road 289, Chambers County Road 216. It's all moving up to the east, northeast. So, 18th Street Northwest, up on the north side of West Point. Up there where you run back up toward West Point Lake, where you can run north up there, headed back up toward Randolph County on either side of West Point. Both of those roads are not going to be good places to be as this moves on off to the north. So let me recap for those of you that are just joining. Some of you are getting rocked out of the bed this morning, especially if you're down here in Chambers County. We have 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings right on the Alabama-Georgia state line. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers. This would be for the eastern sections of Chambers County, east central sections of Chambers County, and for Troup County in west central Georgia. We have a very strong thunderstorm, basically right over West Point Lake, crossing out of Chambers into Troup County at this hour. And this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers. This is replacing the one that just expired. Let's see, 327, a severe thunderstorm was located over Denson or near Lafayette. Lynette, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Likely with this storm. This is radar indicated. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers. I'm just looking at some verbiage from the Weather Service on this particular storm. The Weather Service is pointing out there are no tornado concerns with this particular storm, but it does have a good meso supporting large hail. So they're telling us, you can see it on radar, but the National Weather Service is confirming on the chat room, that very large hail, very likely with this storm. Headed right straight for the Kia Motors plant. If you know anybody that works out there, make sure they understand that very strong winds and large hail coming right up I-85, crossing out of Chambers into Troup, moving right over Lynette, West Point area, and up here at West Point Lake, and moving directly toward the Kia Motors plant. And we have a special weather statement for Heard County now as well. Zoom out. That's going to be for that storm coming out of Randolph. It is intensifying. Wouldn't be surprised to see this special weather statement for Heard be upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. But we'll see. This one down here in Chambers is really using up a good bit of energy over here. So I'm not sure that this one up here in Randolph and Heard can grow to severe level, but we'll see. Got a pretty good inflow notch down here on this Chambers storm. But again, the Weather Service is really paying attention to this, and they're telling us that there is rotation in this storm. But they're not concerned about tornadoes because we don't have the veering in the upper levels of the atmosphere. They're more concerned about this hail core, and it is significant. Let's take a look at this a little closer here. Let me give you some locations. Moving in, just crossed over west of the Chattahoochee. So we got a little bit of hail still left in Chambers, but the majority of it now is over here in Troup County. About to cross over Highway 29. It's just north of West Point, about to cross over Highway 29, moving on off to the east. Again, Kia Motors, this storm is bearing down on you. I'm going to mark some locations here that are in the path of the hail core coming. Ann Murphy Road. These are locations that are in the path of this hail core coming out of Chambers, headed toward again, that's Fuller Road. Anywhere along 29 or Fuller Road that runs north and south there. There it goes. It's crossing over 29, again, headed directly toward the Kia plant out here, right on I-85. Again, this is not a tornado, but this is strong gusty winds and some pretty significant looking hail that could cause a good bit of damage. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for a few more minutes for Chambers, and then probably for another 30 minutes or so for Troup County. Zooming back out, we have a special weather statement up in Heard. That's for this complex coming out of southern Randolph up into the Franklin area. And then we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings back over Tallapoosa, Coosa, and even back over toward the Centerville-Brent area. But let me zoom in. We'll take a look at both of these. Severe thunderstorm warning now for southern Tallapoosa County. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm over Lake Martin near our town or Kalijah. The southern reaches of Lake Martin, just south of Wind Creek State Park. So this area is moving off to the east-northeast, places like Dadeville, Jackson Gap. You're in the path of this storm, really from Camp Hill all the way back up to just south of Alexander City. They're along 280. You're in the path of this particular storm. This warning is in effect until 4:15 this morning. Then we have a second severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa County. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm just west of Alexander City, stretching back up toward Kellyton. And that's moving off to the east-northeast. It will affect places such as Alexander City, especially the north side of Alexander City. And that will continue moving to the northeast. So downstream, we're talking about New Site, Goldville, Daviston, heads up there. We have a secondary cell on the north end of this that's beginning to intensify. That's already an extreme southwest Clay. So you folks up here in Millerville and Mellow Valley, heads up Wadley. You're probably going to get in on this Alexander City storm before it's over with. And then we have severe thunderstorm warnings back in Coosa County and also back over toward Chilton County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in the Jemison area. That's moving to the northeast. The thing that's concerning me here, oh, and by the way, we have a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect until 8 a.m. this morning. The thing that's concerning here is these storms are training over the same location. So you're going to get hammered time after time after time. Now, we have this heavy storm up, for instance, we have this heavy storm up here in Randolph County. Basically from Roanoke all the way to Franklin's a complete washout this morning, and we have some hail in the area up there. Now, we do not have a warning for Randolph at the moment. But if you look back to the south and southwest, We have that storm that's there now. We have storm number 2, and then we have storm number 3. So potentially across southern Randolph County over the course of the next hour, hour and a half, you could get hit at least 3 times with these heavy storms this morning. So that's the concerning part. They're just training over the same location. You see that purple line, and I'll zoom out so you can kind of get a good picture here. That purple there is basically where our front is stalled out this morning. It's just sitting there. And then we have individual disturbances that will run along that front. And so that's where the storms are going to be, at least through the morning hours. So you can kind of see the situation that we have. Now, again, let me emphasize, anytime you have a thunderstorm, you cannot completely rule out a tornado. But I will tell you, the atmospheric setup this morning is not conducive for tornadoes. It certainly could happen, but we're not looking at a red letter tornado outbreak across Alabama or Georgia this morning. That could change later on today. It probably won't, but at least for the moment, we're not looking at a red letter tornado day. But what we are looking at is large hail and damaging straight line winds and some very heavy rainfall. That'll be the main threat with these storms across East Alabama and West Georgia this morning. All right, so we're getting reports of 1.75 inch hail in Chambers County. That is golf ball size hail. So we have public reports of golf ball size hail in this storm that is now moved out of Chambers and is moving over here right over the Kia Motors plant in West Point. Folks, if you get photographs of any of the hail this morning, do not put yourself in danger. But if you happen to get, once it stops hailing and it's safe to do so, if you get photographs of it, please share those with me so I can share them with Now, we had a viewer report baseball size hail in Lynette. That's an unofficial report. That is pretty strong. Also, West Chambers, earlier when the storm came through West Chambers, we had a report of golf ball sized hail. We've had reports of egg sized hail. Also getting reports of egg-sized hail in Tallapoosa County at this hour. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clay and Tallapoosa continues. And the warning for Chambers has expired. So Chambers County no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. Your storm is now well into Troup County. That's the storm we're looking at here on your screen, and we've got some significant hail here. We're looking at least golf ball-sized hail. One viewer is reporting baseball-sized hail when that storm moved just north of Lynette. That's crossing over I-85 out there at the Kia Motor Plant. For you folks up there in LaGrange, the hail core is going to stay south of you, at least this one anyway. So if you're up here in the city of LaGrange, the hail is crossing over I-85 out there at the Kia plant. And it's going to continue on off to the east, crossing over I-185 real close to the intersection of I-185 and 27, the Pine Mountain interchange up there on I-185. But the hail should stay well south of downtown LaGrange. Yeah, it should stay south of LaGrange and north of Pine Mountain. Woodbury, if it continues moving in that direction. All right, so let's go back up here and take a look at the Heard County storm. We have a special weather statement up there. We do have a hail core forming in Randolph County. This is up there near Weehadkee, just north of Springfield, between High Shoals and Weehadkee. County Road 87, just north of Springfield. We have that hail core. It's small, but it's probably got some golf ball size hail in it. So be real careful. You're up here in this portion of Randolph County. County Road 638, County Road 649, County Road 634. Of course, that's County Road 87. County Road 654. Just to kind of give you an idea where that hail core is in Randolph County. Small area, but large hail. And that's going to move off to the east and end up in Heard County here pretty quick. If I'm not talking about your particular location, you have nothing to be concerned about at the moment. We're just focusing on the areas where the biggest hail is right now. Let's go back over here to Tallapoosa County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this area, and it's going to be just to the northeast of Alexander City. It's where the hail is taking place. This will be right there along Highway 22, or just north of 22, just to the northeast of Alexander City. And we'll put some road names on here. You can pick out your location. These are roads in Tallapoosa County, just north and east of Alexander City, where the heaviest hail is taking place at this hour. It looks like the hail core is going to run pretty much parallel to Highway 22 and likely stay a little bit south of New Site. We'll see. It's going to be a close call. Then down here in the southern, south central Tallapoosa County, just to the east of Wind Creek State Park, we have another hail core. And again, I'll put some road names on here for you so you can pick out your location if you're down here. These are all to the, these are between Dadeville and Alexander City, about to cross over 280. Here's Jackson Gap. This hail core is going to slip a little bit south of you, so it's going to cross over 280 between Dadeville and Jackson Gap. And then we move back over to the west even further, and we're getting over into Chilton County. We have a strong thunderstorm there just east of I-65, moving off to the east-northeast. That's about to move into Coosa County, and then eventually it'll end up over here in our coverage area as well. So heavy rainfall up there around Millerville. We have that one severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County. We have a special weather statement for Heard. Two severe thunderstorm warnings for Tallapoosa, one for the northern sections of the county, one for the southern sections of the county, and now a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa County, and that's going to be for the Chilton County storm coming out of Chilton County up into Coosa County. And that's going to end up over here in southern Clay, most likely. And it will probably stay a little bit north of Alexander City, the one coming out of Chilton County. But we got a ways to go on that one. I'm going to put the map in motion so you can kind of get a feel for the direction that the storms are moving in. And I'm going to take a look at the chat room for a second and see if anybody has any questions that I can answer for you. Martha is indicating large hail in the West Point area. No doubt about that. We're getting anywhere from egg to baseball size hail reports there around the Kia Motor plant. Should be east of the Kia Motor plant now. It should be approaching the I-185 interchange. And I'll go back over and we'll go in a little tight on that storm. There we are right there. That is some pretty significant hail taking place. The outer edges of it now touching I-185 near Highway 27 interchange. And that's going to continue moving on off to the east. And that's going to be, should be out of Troup County in about 15 minutes or less. Let's see. Sharon, if you should be okay in Alexander City. Sharon saying that she is in her safe place. Your severe thunderstorm warning, the storm that's prompted that severe thunderstorm warning for Alexander City has moved on off to the northeast with some hail up there on Highway 22 headed toward New Site. But no danger in Alexander City proper at this hour. Let's see. Sarah's asking the question, when should these storms be out of Randolph County? This time next week? No, to be serious, it's going to be a stormy day. We're not talking about, 1, 2, 3, we're done. This is going to be an off and on thing all day long, and look back to the southwest. So if you're up here in Randolph County, you've got at least two storms yet to go this morning. It's going to be a minute before we get the storms out of here today. And then there are going to be multiple disturbances that will move over East Alabama and West Georgia throughout the day, even into tonight and early tomorrow morning. So this is going to be an ongoing thing throughout most of your Sunday. We're getting storm reports by the public 1 mile southeast of Lafayette. This was when the storm came through Chambers County. It's over in Troup County now. But we had, almost 3-inch hail. That's tennis ball size hail reported by the public near Lafayette in Chambers County. Golf ball and tennis ball size hail seems to be the majority of the reports coming out of Chambers County. This is when the storm moved through about 30 minutes ago, not currently. But that's some pretty significant sized hail. If you have photographs of this, please send them to me on Messenger. That's the best way, easiest way, and fastest way for me to show them. If you have photographs of any of this hail across Chambers or Troup, or even back across Tallapoosa, we would love to share them with everybody. Just send them to me on Messenger, and that's the quickest way for me to get them on the air. So please share those photographs if you have any. It looks like the Weather Service is taking Clay County out of the severe thunderstorm warning. But they're continuing Tallapoosa, which would be for this storm northeast of Alexander City. And I would concur with that because that's what's causing the severe thunderstorm warning right there along Highway 22 between Alexander City and New Site. This stuff up in Clay is not severe, so it looks like they are going to trim Clay County out of the warning. It looks like they're going to trim Clay County out of the warning, but remain with the warning for Tallapoosa. And then there is a second hail core in Tallapoosa, just north of Dadeville, that they're warning for as well. If you're just joining us, the looks like the MO this morning is going to be damaging straight line wind and large hail. We're talking anywhere from egg-sized hail to ping-pong ball-sized hail, up to tennis ball-sized hail. That's almost 3-inch size hail. We have confirmed reports through the National Weather Service of public accounts of tennis ball-sized hail near Lafayette when the storm moved through at 3:18 Central this morning. So coming up on about 45 minutes ago, we had tennis ball-sized hail here around Lafayette, Alabama. And now that's what's over here in Troup County now. This portion of the storm that's crossing over I-185 near the Pine Mountain exit, that would be, that's going to be, let me just kind of give you some road names here so you'll understand where you are on this storm. There's South Thompson. This is over in, there's Oak Grove Road. This is over in, well, I might as well call it the east and southeast corner of Troup County. Up there at the Pine Mountain exit. That's where the hail is crossing over I-185. The hail core should stay north of Pine Mountain. It's definitely going to stay south of LaGrange, and it'll end up moving on off to the east. Special weather statement up here in Heard County, as we have that storm up there. There could be some small hail with the Heard County storm, but I don't see any significant hail threat up there at the moment. You got some rain down there in Bacon Level, stretching back up toward the Rock Mills, but nothing severe. And then we have those two areas in Tallapoosa County. We have some pretty significant hail taking place there just north of Dadeville. And that certainly could be, we could be looking at some significant hail in this particular area as well, up there just north of Dadeville in Tallapoosa County. And then that second area, the north side storm, out there on Highway 22, just southwest of Alexander City. I'm sorry, just southwest of New Site. That core not quite as significant looking as what we see on the southern storm. Then when we zoom back out, we have that last severe thunderstorm warning back over in the extreme eastern sections of Chilton, about to move into the western area of Coosa County. And then let's go back out and let me switch back to Birmingham. And I want you to look at what I'm talking about this morning. All of these storms from our Heard County, our Troup County storm, stretching almost all the way back to Jackson, Mississippi. Look at the storms that are lined up out there, and they're all moving in the exact same areas. They're training. They're moving one right on top of another. And this is exactly what the weather forecast was calling for when we went to bed last night. And this is what we're looking at this morning. This is going to continue for several hours this morning as I put that in motion, you can see what I'm talking about. Let me get down to city level so you can see, at least see some names. So yeah, look at that. The overall line, maybe it's lifting north just a tad as the storms move off to the northeast, but not very quickly. I mean, you're going to see storm after storm after storm in the same locations, at least for a couple of 2 or 3 hours this morning. Okay, I have got to refill the coffee pot. So what we're going to do is I'm going to leave it on the shot that you're looking at there. And we're going to I'll leave the feed up for you. And I'm going to take a quick break, fill the coffee pot up, and then we'll be back to continue with our coverage. So those of you who are in the room, if someone asks the question of where I'm at, how about typing for them and tell them, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just do this. If I could type. All right. So I'm going to leave the feed up. I'll be right back with you. Stay with us. Our coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. right, good morning, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you. We took a quick coffee pot break there for just a moment. And we're back in here with you. Let me reset for you. It is coming up on 4:10 a.m. Central on your Sunday morning, Sunday, March 26th. And we are covering severe weather for you across East Alabama and West Georgia this morning. The main threat to these storms are going to be large hail. And we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued by the National Weather Service office out of Birmingham. And this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning now for, let me just read the verbiage for you from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Randolph County in east central Alabama, northeastern Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama, and northern Chambers County in east central Alabama, in effect until 5 a.m. this morning. At 4:03 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from near New Site to near Ridge Grove, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. The hazard here is 60 mile per hour wind gust and hail to the size of $50, which is large. That is certainly big enough to damage automobiles and rooftops. So again, for you folks who are watching us this morning in southern Randolph, northern Chambers, and extreme northeastern Tallapoosa County, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this thunderstorm complex. We actually have two different hail shafts here with this storm. We'll take the northern one first. This is going to be up here near Daviston, right along Highway 22, and it's moving off to the east-northeast. I think this particular hail core is going to be close to Wadley, but I think it stays maybe just a shade bit south of downtown Wadley. Should be coming into Randolph County just south of Wadley, maybe down there around Abanda on Highway 77 in Chambers County, and then it will continue probably running just a little bit south of Highway 22 in Randolph County. So we're looking at locations. Well, let me get the southern storm right quick, and then we'll go back and give you some pinpoint localized street locations. We have another hail core shaft now just to the west of Marcoot down in Chambers County. This should cross Highway 77 just south of Pennon and north of Lafayette. So Marcoot, White Plains, Buffalo, probably in the path of that southern hail core there in Chambers County. And then quickly, we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Coosa County. This is going to be for a hail core that is south of Weguffka or southwest of Hanover, moving to the east-northeast at around 45 miles per hour. Inch and a quarter sized hail on that particular storm also. All right, so let's go back up here to the Daviston storm. And this now the hail core is going to be from Daviston up Highway 22, back right about where 22 runs into Chambers County. So let me see if we can get cooperation here from our radar, and we will show you some roads. There's Cottony Road. That is off of 22, northeast of Daviston. That's where the heaviest hail core is at this moment. And some locations in the path of the storm. This is Chambers County Road 131, Chambers County Road 130, Bishop Road. Bishop Road is in Tallapoosa County. And then eventually we're looking at Chambers County Road 134. We'll quite possibly get in on some of the hail as well. Again, I think that this hail core, it's going to be a close call for Wadley. If you're on the southern end of Wadley, you may get some of this hail, but I think it's going to probably continue to the east-northeast, clipping the northwestern corner of Chambers, and then it's likely going to end up in Randolph County, somewhere between Wadley and Dickert, moving off to the east-northeast. Yeah, it's going to be a close call for Roanoke also. We'll just have to see how this evolves over the next 10 minutes or so. But that's the situation we have at this hour. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 5 a.m. this morning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for northern Chambers, southern Randolph, and extreme northeastern Tallapoosa. That's in effect until 5 a.m. this morning. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa, central and northern Coosa County, in effect until 4:45 a.m. Again, these warnings are coming out this morning because of the damage possible from large hail and damaging straight-line winds as these storms move across East Alabama and West Georgia. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. The southeastern corner of Heard County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. But I'll be honest with you, for you folks there in Heard County, the storm has moved on over into Coweta County. So that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Heard and Coweta, though Heard is really not going to be affected by this now. The storm has moved on into Coweta near Moreland, Georgia. I think the hail core will stay just a little bit south of Noonan. But that's a pretty significant looking hail core there between Grantville and Moreland, Georgia this morning. And then down to the south, we have that severe thunderstorm warning for Troop, southeastern Troop. And then but the storm has moved out of Troop this morning. It is now over in Meriwether County. Let's see here, just south of Greenville. And just west of Woodbury in Meriwether County. That's a pretty significant hail core there, moving off to the east. That did stay north of Pine Mountain, so no problems down there in Harris County. So back to the storm of the hour at the moment. And that would be really two different areas that we're concerned about. And there are two different storms. So we're talking for northern Chambers, extreme northeastern Tallapoosa, and southern Randolph County. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to continue till about 5 a.m. this morning. Let me go up here and take a look at the Weather Service to see if they have anything new for us. Public reports of ping pong ball sized hail at 2:24 a.m. this morning. Back over Elmore County near Kalijah on Lake Martin. Elmore County reports hail of 2 inch in diameter. That was at 3:06 a.m. This morning. That was in the Titus community. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for Coosa County. The severe thunderstorm warning has been part of the severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa County has been canceled. I'm not really sure why they would do that. So I'm just going to leave that up there because I think maybe that's a mistake. Both of those areas continue to show significant hail, so I'm not sure what part of that they would cancel. I could buy canceling Tallapoosa. Wait a minute. Okay, all right, sorry about that. I misread. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa County has been canceled, and that's going to be for the portion of Tallapoosa County where this storm was at one time. Now, up here in extreme northeastern Tallapoosa, there around Daviston, you're still under that warning. So really confusing here because we have one severe thunderstorm warning covering basically two different cells. So they're canceling the Budston area of Tallapoosa County is no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the Daviston area is, if that makes sense. So we are continuing the severe thunderstorm warning now for Chambers and Randolph. As that storm, as we watch this storm come out of extreme northeastern Tallapoosa and west central Chambers. All of this is moving back up toward Randolph County. So I'm going to look at a couple of different things here. And actually, I'm going to switch radars for just a moment so I can reset some things here. And I know this is very noisy, but it gives us a little different look at things here. And let me see if I can get the... Okay, that looks a little better. And let's go to the 3D shot here. Now, here's what I wanted to look at. Oh, wow. So this is a new radar that we are using in along with our normal radar. And this allows us to look into the storms. And so we take a look at this storm that is bearing down on Randolph County, and you can see the height of the storm. Then we can rotate around that storm and really be able to look into it to see where the heaviest of it is. And right now it looks like that portion of the storm that's over Daviston, or just north of Daviston, moving to the east-northeast, is without question the heaviest part of this storm. So that's going to continue moving on off to the east-northeast at this morning. And just bear with me a second. We're going to reset. Okay. Here we go. All right, so let's go back down here and dissect things in Chambers and Randolph. And there is your times on this particular storm. We're looking at Abanda by about, well, it's actually in the Abanda area now. So we're talking about maybe the Dickard area by about 425, Roanoke around 432, Big Springs around 444, and then on over into Georgia from there. So that kind of gives you some of the timing on this particular area of activity. And we have two different hail shafts here. We have the one that's over at Banda, just crossing over 77 there north of Milltown. Now, I'll tell you, it doesn't look as significant as it did just a few moments ago, but there's certainly still some hail there. This particular hail marker is giving us a 100% chance of hail and a 40% chance that we have severe hail here. No question, the storm down here around White Plains is showing us a little better hail indication. That's got a 70% chance of severe hail at 1.25 inches size there, just north of White Plains along Highway 431. That'll be headed toward 5 points. Both of these hail cores are not that large, but if you happen to get caught under it, you'll argue that point with me because it'll seem pretty rough. But that is our Chambers and Randolph County storm moving to the northeast. And then we're watching this second storm now back over Coosa County in the northeastern section of Coosa County. That's probably the best-looking hail core on the radar at the moment in Alabama. And this is giving us a 100% chance of hail, 100% chance of severe hail, and at least the computer thinks we're looking at 4-inch diameter hail. Now, that's softball-sized stuff there. And I doubt we're looking at that, but nonetheless, I think ping-pong to tennis ball-sized hail certainly plausible here, just south of Hanover, just crossed over Highway 231. That's going to be moving east-northeast. I think it stays just a shade bit north of Kellyton as it crosses over 280. Probably will stay north of Alexander City. probably cross north of Alexander City and a little bit south of Hackneyville in about 30 minutes. And then, of course, we have those two big storms now moving out of our coverage area in Coweta and Meriwether counties in Georgia. And then just look downstream. I mean, we're just talking storms stacked up all the way back into Mississippi this morning. And you'll see that purple line. That is our cold front that is kind of stalled out. And these storms are going to run along just south of and just north of that purple line for the next several hours. That purple line will slowly start moving to the north, but it's going to be doing so at snail's pace. So it's going to take a while to get all these storms through East Alabama and West Georgia. So this is going to be an ongoing thing. You know, a lot of times we have severe weather. It's here for 30 minutes or so, and then it's gone for the day. Not the case this morning. We're going to be dealing with this stuff for quite some time. Okay, let me spend a few moments in the chat room and see what let me hit this coffee first. Okay, good stuff. By the way, I'm brewing. I don't not only brew my own coffee, but I roast my own coffee beans. I'm buying green coffee beans now, and it has become quite the interesting hobby. Good stuff. All right, so I'm over here looking at the chat room. If you guys have any photographs of any of this hail out there this morning, please send them to me on Messenger. That's the quickest and easiest way to get them to us, and we can show them pretty quick. So if you get any of those, please send them to me on Messenger, and I'll share with the rest of our viewers. We have a lot of folks in the room with us this morning. All right, so Elaine Kelly is reporting that Highway 50 in Lafayette had baseball-sized hail. That was that storm that's now over in Meriwether County. And I was telling you that when it was coming through, it looked ominous. But she says that one media outlet is showing photographs of baseball-sized hail there near Lafayette when that storm moved through about an hour ago, or a little less than an hour ago. Yeah, Alexander City, you're okay right now, though. This next storm that's coming in, they just issued a new warning for Tallapoosa County. I mean, it's storming in Alexander City, but that really heavy hail core is going to move north of Alexander City, I believe. That's the way it looks right now. But, yeah, we do have a brand-new warning for Tallapoosa County. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is going to be in effect until 5 a.m. this morning. The threat here is large hail and damaging straight-line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. And Alexander City is on the southern edge of that warning, so you just barely got into it. But we are watching that storm over in Coosa County, and it's just exploding as far as the hail is concerned. I mean, just look at that, would you? The hail field on this one really stretches from just west of Alexander City all the way up to the Clay County line. And then back to Hanover, we have very small scattered pockets of hail, but then we have that main hail core right there crossing over 280 just to the northwest of Kellyton. And again, that's probably close to baseball-size hail there, folks. Now think about it. Baseball-size hail will come through your roof unless you have a very substantial roof. It certainly will cause extensive damage to an automobile. So this is very big stuff here. The radar is telling us 1 inch and 3/4 sized hail, but it will cause considerable damage for the Tallapoosa, for that portion of the storm which crossing over Highway 280. So We continue the severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45 a.m. this morning for Coosa, for that storm you're looking at. We continue a severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa County until 5 a.m. this morning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for Chilton County until 5 a.m. this morning. Bibb County until 4:45. That's about another 15 minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers and Randolph until 5 a.m. this morning. Kind of bringing you up to date on our warnings, but no question at all. This is some incredible hail taking place now in Coosa County. And with that new volume scan, we're looking, it's crossing over 280 now, just north of Kellyton. So the good news for you folks down here in Alexander City, this portion is going to stay north of you. Now, notice that we do have scattered smaller areas of hail that may certainly move over Alexander City. But the heaviest part of this, where most of the hail is taking place, should stay north of Alexander City. All right, so here are the times. We're looking at Kellyton in just a couple of minutes, Hackneyville by 4:44, Battle Stadium by 4:54, New Site at 4:57, Goldville around 4:57, Sykesville at 5:07, Motley around 5:08, Daviston around 5:08, Frog Eye around 5:12. Yeah, Wadley probably will see some of this one around 5:16 this morning. Southern Union about the same time. Abanda around 5:18. Foster's Chapel around 5:19. And if it holds together, we're looking at Pennon by around 5:23. Again, the main threat here is going to be from large hail from this storm moving out of Coosa now into western and northwestern Tallapoosa County. We go back over to the Randolph-Chambers County storm. Look at that. We've got some pretty good-sized hail up there near Doublehead and Clacksville, headed toward Roanoke. This hail, the hail shaft on this storm, not as significant as what we're looking at back over in Coosa County, but you do have hail coming up on the southwest side of Roanoke. You folks out there on Country Club Road, Doublehead Road, this should be coming up into your area pretty quick. We do have a couple of small pockets of heavier hail with this one. About 1 inch in diameter is what we would expect from this particular storm coming up into Roanoke. And then as we look down here in Chambers, just south of Standing Rock, we have that hail core there. From just north of Fredonia and just to the east of 5 Points, stretching all the way back over to around Abbott's Ford, and just south of Standing Rock, that's moving off to the east, northeast also. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for northeastern Chambers and southern, and when I say southern, I'm talking extreme southern Randolph, until 5 a.m. this morning. Again, the main threat on all of these storms is going to be the hail. Now, if it's not hailing at your location now, and if you're not about to get hit with hail, it would be a very good idea to protect your automobile. And you can do that in multiple ways. Of course, an awning or a carport is the best idea, but if you don't have either, then if you've got some old blankets, comforters, take them outside and cover your automobile, especially the windshield, the hood, the roof, covered as best you can with a heavy blanket, and that will at least offer some protection to your automobile. And this is going to be an ongoing thing now for the next couple of hours across East Alabama and West Georgia. Cindy's reporting thunder and lightning, lots of rain. Says she lives about 1 mile from 431 just off of Franklin Road. Mallory, just because you have red over you doesn't mean that you're going to, that's rain. That's all it's telling you is that it's rain. The hail is going to be, let me go back to the Coosa County storm, and I'll give you some 101 right quick. So that's your hail right there. The whites and the blacks The blues and the pink are indications of hail. All that a radar will show you is the intensity of the liquid falling from the cloud. But typically, when the density is to the point where you start seeing blues and whites, that's an indication that it's frozen. So that would be hail. So yeah, red, it would just be rain. Wouldn't necessarily mean that there's any wind involved in it. It would just be, it's just an indication that it's heavy rainfall. So here we go. The storm now just north of Kellyton, moving into Tallapoosa County. And again, it looks like it's going to stay north of Alexander City. Really, all you should be getting in Alexander City is some thunder and lightning and some rainfall at this hour, with that hail core staying up there to the north of Alexander City. All right, so now we have confirmed reports of hail out there at Country Club Estates. I was just giving you guys a heads up. It looked like that's exactly where it was headed, and so we do have confirmation from a member of the club out there this morning. It should not have lasted very long. If you're still getting hail, it should quit pretty quickly, because this stuff's moving on off to the east fairly rapidly. I would put the hail now out there around Gladney Mill Road on Highway 22, just east of Roanoke, and then along Highway 431 from out there where Reliance Real Estate office is out there, and then down to the south where you turn to go back toward Welch. Right there along the county line, back up to just south of Roanoke is where the hail is showing right now. And I got to tell you, that stuff up there in Randolph, you are under a warning for this, but it is not. It's not nearly as significant as what we're seeing down in Chambers. We have that hail core now just south of Standing Rock, moving into Troup County near Abbott's Ford. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County. That warning for Troup is in effect until 5:15 this morning, 6:15. Over on the eastern side of the time zone. And that's going to be for the storm coming out of Chambers, out there on the western side where 109 comes into Alabama. They're just south of Standing Rock. So from Chambers County to LaGrange, if you got folks working maybe over in, you live in Randolph and you work over in LaGrange or back over toward the Kia plant, not a good drive this morning. Especially on Highway 109. We have hail there. But the storm of the hour at the moment is going to be this one back over in Coosa, coming into Tallapoosa County. Without question, this is the strongest storm we have on radar at this hour. Again, staying just north of Alexander City, but look at that hail core. Man, goodness, it stretches from about Kellyton up to Hackneyville, all the way up to Pinckneyville. Let me give you some location markers here. These are places where we have hail now. This is in Tallapoosa County. This is Liberty Road, County Road 5. There's Hackneyville. State Route 63. Fort Deer Hollow Road. Red Barn Road. By Cemetery Road. These are locations that should be receiving hail at the moment. County Road 7. If you live in Goldville, New Site, anywhere on Highway 22, north and east of Alexander City, up to New Site and Goldville, even up to around Mountain Community in southern Clay County, pay attention to this hail core. Here's some times for you. We're talking, it's over the Hackneyville area now. We're looking at Goldville. Those times aren't good. Let's let that refresh. Question here, is this storm going to hit Pennon? Way too early to say for certain. I mean, if it continues to look just like it looks right now and continues moving in the direction that it's moving right now, yes, part of this storm will make it to Pennon. Whether the hail core moves right over Pennon or not, it's hard to say. But if I'm in Buffalo, Pennon, Milltown, Wadley, Dickert, I'm paying attention to this as it moves off to the east. Give me just a second to do a little house cleaning here. Get things arranged. I got to be honest with you, this blew up quickly this morning. We've been on now for about an hour or so. But this certainly was in the forecast, but we went from absolutely nothing to these severe storms in a very, very short period of time this morning. All right, let me check the National Weather Service chat room. Let's see. I believe we just lost the severe thunderstorm we did. So the National Weather Service has just canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers and Randolph. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Chambers and Randolph. So we do currently still have a small hail core there along Highway 22, back down toward Highway 16, down toward Bacon Level. It's to the east of 431, and that will move on into southern Heard County. And then the storm that was in Chambers County pretty much has moved into Troop. So we have that hail core out there to the west of Ware's Crossroads, and then right along the Chattahoochee River, West Point Lake, along the Alabama-Georgia state line. But again, even these storms don't look as significant as what we're seeing back over in Tallapoosa County. That's a pretty good hail core there to the west of New Site. North of Alexander City, there could be some small hail in Alexander City. We'd be talking about pea-sized hail. But the more significant hail core is going to be up here north of Alexander City and to the west of New Site, up around Hackneyville. And then right there along the Tallapoosa Clay County line, just to the east of Pinckneyville. And that's the most significant looking storm in East Alabama at the moment. This storm over in Randolph, we're looking at 1-inch sized hail. The storm in Troup County, we're looking at 1 inch. The Tallapoosa County storm is 2 1/4 sized hail. So that's a little bigger. But that's approaching ping pong ball sized hail there. Or maybe a little bit larger. Actually, the Coosa storm, we're probably looking at between hen-sized hail and tennis ball-sized hail. So that is significant. That will cause damage. The Troop storm, we're talking quarter-sized hail, and the Randolph storm, we're talking quarter-sized hail. One thing I am beginning to notice, and this may be a good thing, notice all these little bitty small individual pockets of rain that are popping up across East Alabama and West Georgia. We're going from singular storms to seeing more of a widespread coverage of rain. That's good. The more rain we can get out there this morning, the more it will cool the atmosphere and hopefully calm some of these storms down. When we first started our coverage about an hour ago, these were independent storms that were just lined up across East Alabama on what appeared to be a train track, and these storms were just running over the same areas time and time again. But we're now beginning to see, like, for instance, up here in Randolph County, an hour ago, you would have had just this one hail core, nothing else. But now you're beginning to see green everywhere. You're beginning to see pockets of yellow and red. It's more of a widespread coverage rainfall now, and that's good. That may help us over the next couple of hours keep some of these storms at bay. We continue to watch the storm in northern Tallapoosa. That's our next big threat for Randolph and northern Chambers. And then we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings off to our west. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Talladega County in east central Alabama, southeastern Shelby County, and for northwestern Coosa County. And that is in effect until 5:30. So that's going to get places like Sylacauga down to Weguffca and back over to just north of Clanton. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 this morning. And that is significant because that's going to end up in Clay and Randolph at some point. And as I zoom back out, I mean, just look, all this stuff back over West Alabama, even back into eastern Mississippi. We have thunderstorms that are moving in our general direction. And the orange boxes that you see, and I'll zoom out and give you the entire view here. The orange boxes you see, basically from Macon, Georgia to Jackson, Mississippi, from Birmingham, Alabama to Eufaula, Alabama, is a severe thunderstorm watch. The Georgia portion of the watch goes until 9 a.m. Eastern this morning. One of the Alabama boxes goes until 8 a.m. Central. The West Alabama box goes until 8 a.m. So all of the watches in Alabama go until 8 a.m. In Mississippi, that watch box goes until 8 a.m. But I'm going to just go ahead and put this out there. I think this goes further than 8 a.m. I think it's actually probably going to be extended further north in time this morning. You folks down here in South Alabama may not get in on this, but I think we'll see an extension to the north, probably up to around Gadsden with the next update from the Storm Prediction Center, and I think we'll see this watch extended probably at least until 11 a.m., if not noon, Central Time this morning. Okay, so we have lost the severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers and Randolph for the moment. I think a new one is coming. We have a significant hail core down here in Tallapoosa County, and we're looking at hail scattered out now from Bluff Springs all the way down to Alexander City. The heaviest of it, though, would be just to the west of New Site. And then up here in Clay County, just west of Mountain City, stretching up to Bluff Springs, we have a hail core taking place there as well. All right, so I'm going to take another quick break. You know what comes along with coffee. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to put the radar in motion so you can get an idea of the general motion of these storms. Heads up, southern Randolph, southern Clay, northern Chambers, and northern Tallapoosa. A strong thunderstorm there just to the west of New Site, moving off to the east. Our coverage will continue in just a moment here on Dr. Don's Weather. Okay, good morning, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you early on your Sunday morning, coming up on 5 a.m. Central as we cover severe weather for you across East Alabama and West Georgia. Brand new graphic from the National Weather Service out of Birmingham. This is depicting what we're going to be looking at. Folks, this may be one of the, we may break a world record here for severe weather coverage from Dr. Don's weather. I hope not, but you can see the glaring message from the National Weather Service here. We're talking the threat of severe weather is enhanced across most of East Alabama and West Georgia. And that will continue through 1 a.m. or maybe even 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're talking Monday morning. So this is going to be a long duration event that's going to take place throughout most of today, maybe even into the overnight hours tonight. So a lot to cover over the next, maybe 24 hours. For East Alabama and West Georgia. I want to go back up and show you also some images that are coming in to us this morning as we have seen some heavy storms already move across East Alabama and West Georgia. Let's see if we can get that back up on the screen. We may have to... Okay, that's not coming up for some reason. All right, you got to love the way this works. All right, so let's go. Let me go back and put that graphic back up there for you. Let me see if I can figure out why we can't get those shots to come up. Bear with me here just for a moment. Okay, here we go. All right, so these are some photographs that came into us earlier, that happened earlier this morning. This would be on Highway 50 near Lafayette. Look at the damage to that automobile. This is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of damage that we're going to see today with some of these storms. That's an automobile. Not sure who posted these photographs, but they were posted on Facebook, so we can share them with you. But this is from a damaged automobile there just south and southwest of Lafayette in that storm that moved through about an hour ago. Look at that hail there. That's large hail. Damage to automobile. Wait a minute. Let's go back to the photographs. There was one particular I wanted to share with you. There we go. Yeah, that's baseball-sized hail right there. You can clearly see how big those hailstones are. That was just southwest of Lafayette on Highway 50 a few hours ago. We're going to leave that shot up just for a few moments here while I try to figure out... get the radar back up here. Here we go. All right, so here's what we're looking at this hour. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, I think we just lost that warning. Let me go back to the National Weather Service. Continues, cancels. Just bear with us, folks. We're doing this live. At least the warning polygon has dropped off of the radar, but I don't see... I do see a report of golf ball-sized hail near in Tallapoosa County near Jackson's Gap. That was at 3:47 a.m. this morning, so that was a little over an hour ago. We had confirmed reports of golf ball sized hail on social media near Jackson's Gap. We have a severe thunderstorm warning over in West Alabama for Sumter County. And the severe thunderstorm warning for Chilton County has been allowed to expire. Okay, so we have a new warning now. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Tallapoosa County and northern Chambers County until 5:45 a.m. this morning. At 5 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near New Site, or 13 miles north of Dadeville, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. The hazard with this storm is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning. They're going to keep this for now. The warning is going to be for northeast Tallapoosa and northern Chambers. Wadley, you're going to get some hail. You've got some moving in from the west out there, but it's probably small. The portion of this storm that's being warned for is right here. This is going to be to the southwest of Dadeville. Do I sound like a broken record? Folks, that's the problem. These storms are going to continue over the same areas for hours this morning, maybe all day long from time to time, as we've got a really nasty setup right across East Alabama and West Georgia. It's like someone's gone in there and put down a railroad track, and this train just continues to run the same track over and over again, and that's what we're looking at today. So this is going to be an ongoing event, and I'm afraid we're going to be looking at a tremendous amount of hail damage before this day is done. All right, so if you're in Daviston, if you're in Frog Eye, if you're over here in Chambers County around Shiloh, if you're north of Budston, this is where the heaviest part of our storm is this morning. Let me switch on Telestrator. Yeah, this area I'm outlining there with the yellow. That is your hail core, and that thing is moving in this general direction. So places like Frog Eye, Shiloh, over here in let's go back to you can see over there around. Let me clear that off. All right, so it's going to continue moving on off to the east. Eventually, we're looking at Shiloh, Milltown, probably Pennon, Rock Fence Farm. If you're over there in Chambers County, and if it's safe to do so, and if you have a safe place to put your automobile, you need to do that. You need to do it right now. If you have a blanket, an old comforter, or something you can throw over your vehicle to help soften the blow of that hail. If you're in Milltown, Shiloh, Pennon, White Plains, 5 Points, Doublehead, Stroud, you need to do that. We've got that hail core continuing to increase in intensity up here in Randolph County as well. Right there in the corner of Randolph County, we have that hail core there near Wadley, just a little bit to the southwest of Wadley, right there where you come into the Randolph County. Cross over the Chambers County, Randolph County line on Highway 22. Abanda, you're probably going to get some of this hail also. Now, this is not as concentrated as what we're seeing down there in Tallapoosa and Chambers County, but there is some scattered pockets of hail there in southwestern Randolph County as well. So you're going to want to make sure you protect your automobiles. This is the biggest danger from these storms this morning. Very large hail and damaging straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. The severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County has been canceled. And the severe thunderstorm warning for Coosa and Talladega County continues. That's going to be over here near Sylacauga or southwest of Sylacauga near Blue Springs in northern Coosa County. We have an area of very large hail there as well, moving off to the east-northeast. So if you are over here at Stewartville, maybe all the way up to Sylacauga, and south of Talladega Springs, pay attention to this severe thunderstorm warning over there for that area of hail in northwestern Coosa County, moving to the east-northeast. Downstream, we're talking Hollins, maybe Stewartville, up 231 to just south of Sylacauga, may have to deal with that particular storm. But no question, the dominant storm at the moment in East Alabama is going to be this one that stretches from Wedowee all the way down to Dadeville. Listen, let me say that again. It stretches from Wedowee all the way to Dadeville. With that interior hail core, very heavy thunder and lightning. One thing we haven't mentioned this morning that's just as significant is the lightning output on these storms. We're talking very dangerous lightning with most of these hail core storms this morning. So keep in mind of that. And then over here in Troup County, over on the eastern side of Troup County, out there on Highway 85, Interstate 85, north of the LaGrange I-185 interchange, back up toward Hogansville, we have a significant hail core moving across I-85 up there as well. So I-85, a horrible ride now from Hogansville all the way down to LaGrange. With this hail moving off to the east, it's about to move into Meriwether County. Lone Oak, back down toward Greenville, Georgia, will have to deal with this hail core storm as it moves off to the east as well. And we've been talking about the same areas now for well over an hour, and unfortunately, that's what we're looking at, folks, and it's going to continue for hours today. This is just not going to end anytime soon. We have a particular setup where we have a cold front that is stalled out right across East Alabama and West Georgia. And it's like a train track. We're going to see storm after storm after storm that's going to move over the same areas time after time after time as we head throughout the morning. I know a lot of you folks who are in charge of your local churches are beginning to wonder about church service this morning. It's coming up on 5:10 a.m. Central, and I know that you need to make some decisions. And I would wait as long as you think you can. You know your particular logistics of your organization better than I. So I would wait as long as I could before making that decision on church service. But if you feel as though you need to make that decision right now, and if I was a pastor or in charge of any church across East Alabama and West Georgia, I would go ahead and make that decision. If you have to do it right this moment, I would probably call it because this is not going to end in the next hour or two. And again, we're not looking at a tornadic setup here. Anytime you have a thunderstorm, there's certainly that possibility you could have a tornado, but this is not, by classic definition, tornado weather for East Alabama and West Georgia. This is hail and damaging wind type setup for East Alabama and West Georgia, but you don't want to put people out there in automobiles because there's the biggest danger. These hailstorms, you've already seen what that hailstorm looked like when it moved through Chambers County earlier this morning, and I'll just show you again. These are photographs that were taken just southwest of Lafayette out there on Highway 50 about an hour, maybe an hour and a half ago, and just look at the damage to that automobile. Let's go back. That one, that's what I'm looking for. Look at that damage right there. I mean, that windshield is destroyed. This vehicle is probably totaled. If I had to guess, from hail damage. Now, I'm certainly not an insurance adjuster or a body repair person, but I mean, it seems plausible to me that this vehicle has got massive damage from that hailstorm that moved just across Lafayette and just south of Lafayette earlier this morning. And this, I think, I'm afraid this type of damage is going to be very common across East Alabama and West Georgia today. So this is the type of weather that we're talking about. And again, it's going to continue for hours this morning. So the best idea is to keep folks safe inside their home. So I'll give you that information. I can't make that call for you. I can only tell you what I would do if I was in your shoes. So just keep that in mind as all of our area churches try to determine what they are going to do as far as services are concerned on this Sunday morning across the South. And let me go back to the latest graphic from the National Weather Service also. And you can see, oh, and by the way, don't forget to go over to Dr. Don's weather over on YouTube. Click subscribe. It's free. And also click that little bell so that when we go live for severe weather, you'll be guaranteed to get that push notification. You don't always get it on Facebook, so it's very important to follow us over on YouTube. So this is a this is an ominous message here from the National Weather Service. You see that enhanced risk right across East Alabama and West Georgia. But the thing I really want you to pay attention to is the timing here. We're talking basically through 5 a.m. Monday morning. That's tomorrow morning. So we may be looking at a storm event that will continue for 24 hours across East Alabama and West Georgia. So this is not going to be your typical weather setup where we have a line of thunderstorms that moves in. It may storm for 30 minutes to an hour, and then it's over and the sun pops back out and we're all good. This is going to continue storm after storm after storm for hours across the region today, maybe even into tonight and tomorrow morning. So, having said that, this will be a long duration event, longer than usual, long duration event for East Alabama and West Georgia. Back to the radar we go, and we've just got severe thunderstorm warning stacked up all across Georgia, back into West Georgia, and we have a special weather statement now for southern Heard County. This is going to be from about Franklin all the way down to the Troup County line. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for Troup County, but it's going to be for that storm over in extreme eastern Troup, just south of Hogansville. That storm's moving into Meriwether County. And then we have that severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Tallapoosa and northern Chambers. The majority of that storm is now in Chambers County. They are near Frog Eye and about to move over Shiloh. And so downstream, we're talking Milltown, Pennon, Rockfence Farm, maybe White Plains, and eventually 5 Points and Stroud may have to deal with this hail core. And in this particular situation, we're looking at hail in 1.5 inch diameter. That's ping pong ball sized hail with that storm moving into western Chambers County. Very heavy rainfall up here in Randolph from Wedowee down to Rockstand to Roanoke. Highway 431, not a good ride at all this morning. We do have some hail showing up on radar there in southern Randolph County from Mount Olive down to Concord and then down to around Abanda in Chambers. But I'll tell you that this hail that we see up here in Randolph, it's a very narrow band of hail, maybe pea-sized up to quarter-sized hail in places like Concord, about to move into Dickard, and eventually maybe the High Pine area of southern Randolph County. No warning for Randolph County at this hour. Though the entire region is under a severe thunderstorm watch, that officially goes until 8 a.m. this morning. But I got to tell you, I'll almost bet the farm that we will see a reissuance of that severe thunderstorm watch And they're probably going to extend it a little bit to the north. Wouldn't surprise me to see Cleburne, Calhoun get in on the action in Alabama and probably Carroll County as well in Georgia. So I think they will add a tier or two of counties to the north to the next watch that comes out, and they may shave a county or two off the southern end of this watch. We'll see. We've got a couple of hours to go before that would happen. Very heavy thunderstorm over here in southern Talladega, northern Coosa. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there. That warning is in effect until 5:30 this morning. And that's going to be for the hail core that's straddling the Talladega-Coosa County line. And that's going to be to the northwest of Stewartville. And we're looking at, 4-inch size hail here. I'm not even sure my scale goes that high. Let's see. Grapefruit-sized hail. Look, folks, this is serious right here. And I would think that it would not be a very large area, but you see where these blacks are. Right there, let's just go ahead and get some roads on here. This is right on the Talladega-Coosa County line, Robin Hood Road. Well, it's right, okay, here comes a volume update. Right on top of Robin Hood Road. County Road 29, that's in Coosa. County Road 63, that's just south of Sylacauga. County Road 63 there in southern Talladega County. Pine Ridge Road, West Road, New County Line Road, Coling Road, McClellan Lane. We're talking maybe up to softball-sized hail. Let's go that route, even though the radar is telling us grapefruit-sized hail. I mean, that'll come through your roof. This is very serious over here along the Talladega-Coosa County line south of Sylacauga. Very, very, very large hail taking place there this morning. The radar is telling us 4-inch sized hail, which is compared to grapefruits. We'll conservatively say baseball-sized hail within this storm, primarily where you see the dark colors there, the black. And that's headed toward County Road 63, right there where it crosses out of Coosa County up into Talladega County. So that's pretty significant. You folks in southwest Clay need to pay attention to this storm, especially if you're in Hollins, all the way up to 148, where it goes over towards Sylacauga down to the county line between Clay, Talladega, and Coosa County. Those right there in the southwest corner of Clay, you need to really pay attention to this storm. That's some pretty significant hail showing up there. That last volume scan dropped it down to 2 1/4. So that would be hen, egg to tennis ball sized hail. So anywhere from ping pong ball to tennis ball sized hail, I think would be pretty accurate with this particular storm down here in extreme northern Coosa. Now it's up in the extreme southern reaches of Talladega County, just south of Sylacauga. About to cross over 280, just south of Sylacauga. Let's go back over to the Chambers County storm. We've got more hail moving. All of this is in Chambers County now, so for you folks in eastern Tallapoosa, you're in the clear. The radar's telling us 1-inch sized hail. That's quarter-sized hail. That's still big enough to cause some damage. So be careful here in places like Marcoot, Pennon, up toward Milltown. Basically from Buffalo north up to the Randolph County line along Highway 431. Now, this area of hail is moving in your general direction. Up there in Randolph County, it's raining really hard now from Wadley up to Rockstand, up to Potash, and then all the way up to Graham and Bucktown. So the southeastern corner, especially of Randolph County, very heavy rainfall. But the bulk of the hail is down here in Chambers. How many times have I said that this morning? This is at least the second or third hailstorm we have seen move through Chambers County in the last hour and a half. So 5 Points, Alabama, heads up. That's coming right at you. Lots of thunder and lightning there, too. Look at this thing over here in Georgia. Wow. This is going to be Coweta and Meriwether. The bulk of it's in Meriwether County, but just look at that hail core. I mean, we're talking 70 dBs almost. That's golf ball sized to tennis ball sized hail taking place in this storm. About to cross over 27. Just to the southeast of Lone Oak or south of Luthersville, north of Greenville and south of Luthersville. Big hail core storm there. The algorithm is telling us tennis ball sized hail. The storm is warned for golf ball sized hail, but the computer algorithm is telling us that most likely we have tennis ball size hail taking place in that storm over in Meriwether County, north of Greenville and south of Luthersville. 27, not a good ride at the moment. And then over in central Georgia, I mean, just look at that. We have severe thunderstorms stacked up from the Covington area all the way down to around Macon, just along and to the east of I-75. All right, so here comes a new warning. This one's going to include Clay County, and I'll read it to you. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for south central Talladega County, northeastern Coosa County, and southern Clay County in central Alabama until 6:15 a.m. this morning. At 5:22, a severe thunderstorm was located near Stewartville, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning now for central and southern Clay, extreme northeastern Coosa, and southern Talladega counties of east central Alabama. And that's going to be because of this storm just north of Stewartville, basically from Sylacauga down to just north of Stewartville. About to move over County Road 231. We got hail on top of Goodwater Highway. County Road 77. And that's just inside of Talladega County, down there in the extreme southeastern corner of Talladega to the south and southeast of Sylacauga. Give you some timing on this, maybe, maybe not. I'll tell you this much. That storm there that's just prompted that new warning for Clay County, the hail is really scattered on this. We don't have a real concentrated, strong area. So I would go with hail probably in the order of a quarter to a half a dollar. And there is scattered pockets all over the place, from Hollins all the way back up to just east of Sylacauga. Doesn't look as significant as it did on the last volume scan. But when we go back down here to Chambers County, well, this thing's blowing up again. There you go. Stroud, 5 points. White Plains, Marcoot, all getting hail. The algorithm tells us that we're looking at golf ball size hail here. Anywhere from quarter to golf ball sized hail. They're just north of Buffalo in Chambers County. This is going to be moving to the east. It's going to end up over here in Troup County, heads up West Point Lake, Holiday Park, Highway 109, LaGrange, Wares Crossroads, just north of Gabbettville. All you folks over here in Troup County, I know you just got one storm out of there. Well, here comes another one coming out of Chambers County. Roanoke, you're looking good. You got some heavy rain up there, maybe some small hail right along the Chambers County, Randolph County line, but you are not under a warning at this time. We'll see what happens with the Clay County storm. And I can pretty much give Talladega County the all clear from the hail corps, as that storm has now moved into extreme southwestern Clay County. Let me zoom out, give you the big picture. I mean, look at all these storms stacked up back to the west. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings over there, basically between I-20 and down to around Selma. We have just copious amounts of thunderstorms with hail. You see those individual storms over there, and that's all moving toward East Alabama and West Georgia. Notice that purple line on your screen. That is our stalled out cold front, and we're going to have storm after storm after storm that's going to form either along, just north of, or just south of this line, and they're going to continue moving off to the east, and that's our forecast for today. And when I say today, I mean that literally, even into tonight and early tomorrow morning. Just a glance at the kind of damage one can expect if you get caught under one of these storms this morning. This was the hailstorm that moved through Chambers County earlier this morning. This photograph was taken on Highway 50 just south and southwest of Lafayette. Look at that. This is close to baseball-sized hail that caused all of this damage. Just totally destroyed that vehicle. There you go. Compared to a baseball. And you got to understand that this probably melted just a little bit by the time he was able to find the baseball and bring it inside and take this photograph. So it was probably a little bigger than this when it fell from the sky. But just a good indication of the type of hailstorms we're looking at this morning for East Alabama and West Georgia. And I'm not trying to overdo this. I'm trying to make you understand this is for real. These are not photoshopped. This happened this morning, and these are the type storms we're going to see as we go throughout the day today. And if there's any way for you to protect your automobile, I advise you do so. Don't wait until you start hearing hailstorms hit outside before you do that either. You got insurance on your automobile. It's, if it happens, it happens. But if it's not storming at your house, and if you have a way of protecting your automobile or anything that's outside that would be damaged by hail, now's the time to do it. If you don't have an awning or a garage or a carport or a barn or somewhere to bring your automobile indoors, then simply grab a blanket, a comforter, and throw it over your automobile. That will certainly help. When you get baseball and larger sized hail, I don't know how much good a blanket will do, but it certainly would be better than nothing. I think it would protect you with penny-sized up to quarter-sized hail. But when we start getting as big as that hail I was just showing you, I'm not sure anything will help. I mean, a weak roof could not withstand hail of that size. So there's going to be a lot of roof damage across East Alabama and West Georgia as well. And folks, those of you who are chatting in the chat room, I apologize. I have not had time to spend a lot of time with you, but I am glancing at it from time to time. If you have photographs of any of these hailstorms out there this morning, again, don't put yourself in danger, folks. These hailstorms, stones are large enough to cause bodily damage. So you don't want to step out in this by no means. But if you, like, once it stops, if you can safely get a photograph and send it to us, we would greatly appreciate that. And the best way, of course, you can email them to me, and you can send them to me any way you can. But the best way to do it is to send them to me on Messenger. That comes right straight into our mainframe, and we can get that up and get those photographs up real quick. So the best thing to do is just message those photographs to me if you have any out there this morning. And if you see photographs on social media and you want to repost those to me or save them and send them to me on Messenger, that's fine too. But if you can also capture who posted those photographs so we can give them credit. I mean, once they're on Facebook, they're public domain, but I always like to give credit to folks. So if you can post the photograph and the name of the person who posted, that would be greatly appreciated, and then I'll re-show those here on Dr. Don's Weather. Just kind of putting the radar in motion to give you an idea of the direction these storms are moving this morning. You see that one big storm moving across northern Chambers County. You see the one up there in southwest Clay, though it doesn't look as strong as what we see in Chambers. Now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Troup County. That's going to be for the storm in Chambers. But look at this stuff down here. I mean, to the south. We're talking to the west and to the south. Just a huge storm there coming up into Chilton County, Bibb up there around Centerville, Brent. The reason this is important to us is because that's where our weather comes from. And it's just storm after storm after storm, even over into West Alabama, places like Demopolis, down to Linden. Storms, and then look, we're going all the way back over into eastern Mississippi, and we have those big storms blowing up over there as well. Understand, we're looking at Birmingham radar, so there are storms even beyond that that Birmingham's not picking up. Down there around Macomb, Mississippi, areas that were just ravished by the tornadoes on Friday night, getting hit again this morning by these big thunderstorms. That are moving across Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. And this is going to be a long duration event, folks. If you're just joining us, I've already been talking about that this morning. This is not one of those situations where we have storms for an hour or so, then it's gone and the sun comes out and we're all happy and we enjoy the rest of our Sunday. Could be going on for hours. I mean, literally for hours. Let me see if we can get back over to... There it is. This graphic. I want to remind you to go subscribe to Dr. Don on YouTube and click that little bell so that you'll be guaranteed to get that notification when we go live. Doesn't always happen on Facebook. That's why you need to make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's free. Doesn't cost you a dime. But here's the latest graphic from the National Weather Service. Enhanced risk of severe weather across East Alabama and West Georgia today. And look at the timing on this. We're talking now. Potentially through 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm going to let that soak in just a moment. So this is going to be an ongoing event. We're going to see storm after storm after storm for hours. You see that purple line there on the radar. Let me take that shot back for you. You see that purple line on the radar screen this morning. Come here, mouse. There you All right, so you see that purple line. That is the cold front. Let me just see. Yeah, let's go to the telestrator. All right. So I'm going to draw the line for you. And that don't make fun of my line drawing. But you see that yellow line that I've drawn there across the radar screen. That is the cold front that has stalled out across East Alabama and West Georgia. And we're going to have multiple storms that are going to run right along that cold front as we go throughout the day. Now, the front itself will very slowly migrate back to the north, and then these storms that are going to be training right along that cold front to the north and to the south of the cold front will move ever so slightly to the north along with it. I think we'll see a new severe thunderstorm watch come out within the next hour or so. And I think it'll be for the exact same areas that we have right now. And it may also include a few counties to the north, and they may drop a couple of counties to the south. We'll see how that plays out over the next few hours. All right, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. This is going to be down in central Alabama. I'm going to go show you this again because this is where our weather's coming from this morning. And let me read the text of this warning for you. Severe thunderstorm warning now for northern Autauga County, southern Chilton County, and northeastern Dallas County until 6:30 a.m. this morning. At 5:34, a severe thunderstorm was located over Parnell, or 11 miles north of Valley Grande, moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Hazards with this storm: 68 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. So this is a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible. And let me just stop it right there. And it's going to be this thunderstorm complex right here. And you can see that inflow notch. And that's why they're saying, actually, we have two inflow notches. But that's why they're saying possible tornado here. We'll switch over to the base velocity. Oh, yeah, look at that. I would say there is a decent chance that we have a tornado in this particular storm. And this is going to be rare today, but certainly not out of the question. I mean, we're looking at it. So it can happen. Probably not on the ground. Can't say for sure, but most likely it's not. Now, this is looking at the velocity in this storm from the Birmingham radar. I'll zoom out, and you can see where that KBMX is up here. That's the Shelby County Airport in Birmingham. That's where the radar is looking into this storm from, and it's not that far. We are talking... we're talking 36 miles from the radar site looking into this storm. What we're seeing is relatively close to the ground, so it is possible that this storm is producing at least a funnel cloud, if not an actual tornado, because you can see it right there. We've got a meso detection on radar. Certainly we have outgoing winds of 53 miles per hour, incoming, let's see here, incoming is not, okay, there's an incoming couplet at 53, outgoing of also 53. So we got rotation. The question is it on the ground or not? And again, that's way over in central Alabama. That's not going to be a problem for East Alabama at the moment, but we're paying attention to it because this is where our weather's coming from today. Let's just look right quick. I don't see any type of debris. And back to the reflectivity. Yeah, so if there is a tornado there, it's going to be in this general area just to the west of Billingsley. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for extreme northern Autauga and for Chilton County of central Alabama. So go back out to the big picture. You can see all the storms stacked up across west, central, and east Alabama. In East Alabama, there are two areas of concern for East Alabama and West Georgia. We'll start down here in Chambers County. We have that severe thunderstorm warning for hail primarily east of 431 now, northeast of Lafayette, and from about McCosh's Mill south over on the eastern side of Chambers County, about to move into Troup. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Troup County for this same area. Here's the good news. The hail core in Chambers has become elongated or is scattered pretty good across the entire eastern side of the county. A tremendous amount of lightning. I mean, we're looking at 200 lightning strokes in the last couple of minutes across central and eastern Chambers and western Troup. So just a tremendous lightning output. That's dangerous in itself. Then we have scattered pockets of hail. For the most part, we're looking at 1-inch hail in that Chambers County storm. So we're talking quarter-sized hail across eastern Chambers and western Troup County this morning. Then we zoom back out. Randolph, you're in pretty good shape. As a matter of fact, north of Wedowee, it's not even raining at the moment. Southeastern corner there in the beautiful metropolis of Hickory Flats, you've got some moderate rain taking place and a lot of lightning just to your south. I mean, if you're up there in Rock Mills, Hickory Flats, Bacon Level, and you're looking south back toward Chambers County, the sky is just lit. I mean, nonstop with lightning down there this morning. But that's going to move on into Troup County. If you're out there at West Point Lake, anywhere on West Point Lake, seek shelter. You have a tremendous lightning storm coming at you. And probably pockets of hail accompanying that lightning and very heavy rainfall about to cross out of Chambers County, Alabama, into western Troup County, Georgia. Then back over in Clay County, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. This warning is valid until 6:15 this morning. So we've got about 30 minutes left on this warning. And this is primarily going to be for extreme northeastern Coosa and for southern Clay County. This one doesn't look nearly as significant as the Chambers County storm. No question that there is some scattered very light hail to the southwest of Millerville. A lot of lightning down there in the southern sections of Clay right along the Coosa County line, just to the west of Pinckneyville. But that storm doesn't look as significant. I wouldn't be surprised if we lose that severe thunderstorm warning here in just a few minutes. Then we got a little break in the action. We don't see another severe thunderstorm warning until we get down there to that Chilton, North Autauga County storm. And that's the one that is giving us the possibility of a tornado down there. As a matter of fact, we do have a tornado vortex signature now valid on our WS3 radar this morning. So, beginning to look like we may actually have something going on in that storm. That's not going to be the norm in these storms today. We're not going to see a lot of tornadoes, but it was certainly possible that we could have an isolated tornado or two, and it's looking like that may be the case with this storm down in Autauga County. Let's see what the Weather Service is saying about this. We're watching an area of rotation along the Bibb-Autauga County line near Plantersville. Ample background shear for updraft rotation. I'm just reading this out loud, folks. There are some areas of backing at the surface as well. Okay, well, they're just meteorologists are just discussing this storm down there amongst themselves using a lot of technical jargon. which tells me that they are not comfortable with pulling the trigger on a tornado warning. But there's certainly indications that there may be some type of rotation going on in this storm. So I'll tell you, though, that the hail core doesn't look as impressive as it did. But we do have an inflow notch. So I think that's part of the concern here with this storm. And if you go back to the velocity right there, this area here would be the area of concern. You have inbound winds coming up from the south into the storm right here. You have 54 mile per hour incoming and about 53 mile per hour outgoing. So that general area is the area of concern there. And that's actually in extreme northern Autauga County. Just to the west of Highway 82. That's the road that runs from Prattville all the way up to Tuscaloosa, for those of you that are familiar with central Alabama. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That is significant for East Alabama because you see the direction it's moving. That storm is headed toward southern Coosa County, northern Elmore County. Eventually, it would end up over here in Tallapoosa County. So that's going to be our next significant storm that we're going to have to pay attention to as we go throughout this deluge of storms across East Alabama and West Georgia. While we're on the velocity, let me just look in here. I don't see anything of concern. There's your hail core in Clay County, just to the southwest of Millerville. And I wanted to look at the Chambers and troop storms. Yeah, I don't see anything of concern there. So let's go back to the reflectivity. There we go. Lit up like a Christmas tree this morning for East Alabama and West Georgia. For those of you just joining, let me reset. It's coming up on 5:48 a.m. Central on your Sunday morning, March 26th, 2023. Live severe weather coverage ongoing now for coming up on 2 hours for East Alabama and West Georgia. Actually, 2 hours and 39 minutes to be exact. And I'm afraid that we're going to probably be here this time tomorrow morning. I mean, we may be about to set a world record for live wall-to-wall coverage for severe weather. Of course, if we go warning free, we will be taking frequent breaks because I don't think that's going to be the case most of today. I think we're going to have a warning on the board in one of our counties. I mean, it's going to be that busy today. Yeah, it's going to be a weather awareness type day for East Alabama and West Georgia. So here comes another storm report. This was down at Camp Hill at 2:53 a.m. this morning. Report of hail at 2.75 inches in diameter. And let me just get a fix on that for you. 2.75 is baseball-sized hail. Cars were being battered and windows shattered. That's near Camp Hill, Alabama. That was at that storm earlier at 2:53 a.m. this morning. So we know we have significant damage in the Camp Hill area. And then we've been showing you photographs from Highway 50 there just southwest of Lafayette. That would have been the same storm. And we know we have damage in that area also. So the Weather Service is telling us concern for a tornado with the Chilton-Autauga storm is on the lower end at the moment, but we are watching closely. All right, so what they're telling us is that they certainly have some signs that we may have a tornado with this Autauga County storm, southern Chilton County, but they're not confident enough that we have one to actually issue a tornado warning. But if you're down here around Maplesville, Clanton, down to around Billingsley, in southern Chilton, extreme northern Autauga, Pay attention to this storm. I think Billingsley is probably in the path of where the possible tornado would be. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning for a possible tornado, and that warning could get upgraded to a tornado warning here in just a few moments. All right, so we're going to step aside and take another quick break this morning. At the moment, no warnings for Randolph. We do have a warning for Clay and for, let's see, Troup County. We just lost the Chambers County warning. So warnings for Clay County and Troup County in East Alabama. And then we're watching a monster storm gain strength down there around Clanton, down into northern Autauga County. That would probably be our next storm of concern for East Alabama and West Georgia. Stay with us. Our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. I'll be right back. right, folks. Dr. Don with you. Stand by. Dr. Don with you. We have a brand new tornado warning just in. For those of you that are with us this morning, it is coming up on 6 a.m. Central on your Sunday, March 26th, 2023. And we have a brand new tornado warning just issued by the National Weather Service out of Peachtree City. This is going to be a tornado warning for Troup County. Tornado warning remains in effect until 7:30 this morning Eastern for southwestern Meriwether, southern Troup, and northern Harris County. At 6:54 a.m. Eastern, a confirmed tornado was located near Cannonville, or 7 miles east of Lynette, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Dangers with this storm is half-dollar-sized hail and tornado. Repeating once again, this is a brand new tornado warning from the National Weather Service out of Peachtree City, and this is going to be for southern Troup County and northern Harris County and extreme southwestern Meriwether County. This is going to be for possible tornado. Actually, it's a confirmed tornado, so we have visual on this. Let me go to the the velocity. There we go. There's your tornado right there. So let me give you some locations where this is at the moment. Highway 219, just in the area of Bogus Crossroads. I'm just putting some names of some roads on the screen for you so you can kind of see where State Route 219. It's going to be just west of I-185 and just south of 85. So right there, if you know where I-185 splits off of 85 to the south and southeast of downtown LaGrange, that is where your tornado is at this hour. It'll be crossing over I-185 close to South Thompson Road, Floyd Road, Salem Chipley Road. That's going to be just right there close to the Harris County, Troup County line on I-185. Is where this storm will pass over I-185. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. Tornado warning now for southern Troup County and northern Harris County. You folks down here in Pine Mountain need to pay very close attention to this storm. It's going to be close to you as it moves off to the east and maybe a little bit south of due east there in southern Troup County and northern Harris County. Now, this is not going to affect you folks up there in LaGrange. Your sirens may be going off up there in the city of LaGrange, but this tornado is going to be south of you by a good bit. Should be crossing over I-185 here in just a few moments. There it is. We have incoming wind at around 70 miles per hour and outgoing at around 50 miles per hour. So it looks like it's rather small, but good indications that we do have a tornado there. And again, the Weather Service is telling us this is a confirmed tornado. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Autauga and Chilton, it's a continuation of the original severe thunderstorm warning up there back over in Alabama. They're telling us that storm is approaching the Verbena exit on I-65. There's a good amount of surface convergence on radar with a meso-rotation overhead. It is a classic setup for tornado development. They may be about to pull the trigger on a tornado warning for that Chilton County storm back in Alabama, but we certainly have a tornado warning for Troup County, Georgia. So we are going to stay with this one for the moment. Let's go back to the reflectivity. Yes, I'd put that possible tornado, or actually the Weather Service is using the verbiage confirmed tornado, so we'll have to go with that. So the tornado there in southern Troup County about to cross over I-185, should be crossing I-185 right now, and that would be, let me get the telestrator on for you, this area is where the tornado is crossing over I-185. And that's a little bit to the northwest of downtown Pine Mountain. I'll move the radar over for you just a little bit so you can kind of see. There's Pine Mountain. Your tornado's crossing over I-185 just to the northwest of Pine Mountain. We can tell you that we're talking about about 7 miles, now about 6 miles to the northwest of downtown Pine Mountain. In that general area right there where you see that inflow notch, that's where your tornado is. National Weather Service out of Peachtree City continues the tornado observed warning for Harris and Meriwether and Troup. At 7:04 a.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Bogus Crossroads, or 9 miles south of LaGrange, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. So they're describing this as a large and extremely dangerous tornado confirmed by the National Weather Service office at Peachtree City. So this is an emergency situation we now have over there in extreme southeastern Troup County, to the south of LaGrange. And now to the north of that, up there over the city of LaGrange, you've got hail, and you've got very large hail, especially over on the eastern side of LaGrange, out there around 109 and I-85. Very, very strong indication of extremely large and damaging hail taking place there. We're talking hail around baseball-sized out there on the eastern side of LaGrange. But to the south of that, we have that tornado. And let me go back to the base velocity. I would put that tornado crossing over I-185 now, about 7 miles to the northwest of downtown Pine Mountain. It's going to be a close call for you folks in Pine Mountain. If you're in Pine Mountain, I'd go ahead and go to my safe place. From Pine Mountain north, right along the Troup County, Meriwether County line, you need to be in your safe place. Let me give you some roads for reference here. We're talking US 27 from where it intersects with I-185 all the way to Pine Mountain. If you're on 27, you need to find cover immediately. Go to your safe place if you are in a home in that particular area. Your tornado would be right here, about to cross over 27 now, about 5 miles to the northwest of downtown Pine Mountain. Old Chipley Road, take cover immediately. Finley Road, take cover immediately. Salem Chipley Road, take cover immediately. All the way down to Pine Mountain. If you're anywhere in Pine Mountain, you need to be in your safe place. All the way up to Dallas Mill Road, Smoky Road, Perry Mill Road. All these locations, you need to be in your safe place. Lowest floor in your home, center of the lowest floor in your home. Grab a blanket with you, a pillow, a baby bed mattress, a futon. Make sure you have head cover, bicycle helmet. Make sure you have on hard sole shoes. Go to your safe place immediately. If you are in southeastern Troup County, or extreme northern Harris County around Pine Mountain, we have a very large and dangerous confirmed tornado crossing over 27 now, just to the northwest of downtown Pine Mountain. This is a tornado warning for southeastern Troup County, for northern Harris County, and for Meriwether County. If I'm not talking about your particular location, you have nothing to worry about at the moment. We have a tornado situation observed, large and very violent tornado on the ground in southeastern Troup County, encroaching on the Pine Mountain area. So that is what we're paying attention to. I know a lot of you asking questions about your particular location in the chat room. If I'm not mentioning your town, you have nothing to be concerned about at the moment. If you're over here on Highway 18 that runs north and east out of Pine Mountain, go to your safe place. About to move into Meriwether County. Let's look at the coefficient. May have a little debris right there. Anywhere from, well, let's go back to the telestrator. This area that I've just drawn on the screen is the area of concern at the moment. That's your inflow notch. And if you're inside that yellow flashing line there, that's the area of concern. The Weather Service continues the tornado warning. This tornado is observed. Tornado damage threat is considerable. This is for Harris, Meriwether, and Troup until 7:30. At 7:10, a confirmed large and dangerous tornado was located near Stovall, or 10 miles southeast of LaGrange, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. All right, so here's LaGrange. Let's go 10 miles. Yep, that's going to be right here. So your tornado would be in this area where I've just drawn that circle. So that's just a little bit north and northwest of downtown Pine Mountain. The tornado should be crossing into Meriwether County. It's right there on the Meriwether-Troup County line. And it's moving in this general direction. You folks in Pine Mountain need to take cover, though. It's awfully close to you. From Pine Mountain back up to about Dallas Mill Road. Dallas Mill Road, Perry Mill Road, all the way down to Pine Mountain. You need to be in your safe place. So that tornado would be crossing into Meriwether County right now. So So that's about to move out of our coverage area. Look at that hail, would you, over there in eastern Troup County. That is amazing stuff. We're talking from Highway 109 all the way down to 27 there where it intersects with I-185, so the eastern side of Troup County. Just incredible amounts of hail falling over there. Very, very large hail. We're probably looking at between ping pong ball sized and golf ball sized hail over there on the eastern side of Troup County. Your tornado is moving into Meriwether County. It should be passing just north of Pine Mountain. So if you're on Highway 18 coming out of Pine Mountain, back up to the north and east, all the way over to Highway 41 south of Greenville, you need to be in your safe place. That tornado now is in Meriwether County. From Greenville all the way to Warm Springs along Highway 41, along Highway 41 and to the west back to the Troup County line, you need to be in your safe place. Confirmed tornado in that area. Tremendous amount of hail just to the north of the tornado, stretching all the way up to Highway 109. So from the Meriwether County, Troup County line, all the way over to Greenville and Meriwether County along Highway 109, down to Highway 18 from Pine Mountain back up to 41. Maybe let's just go with Pine Mountain to Warm Springs. From that point north, you need to be in your safe place. Let's just draw the area here. If you're inside that yellow flashing box I just drew on the screen, you need to be in your safe place. Your tornado is down here, but you see the hail core to the north and northwest of the storm. That's going to move east. So all of you folks inside of that yellow flashing box, you need to be in your safe place. And if you're anywhere close to that circle I've drawn on the screen, that's the tornado. This is confirmed. We know we have a tornado here. Tornado is going to continue in that general motion, and then the hail core is going to continue in that general motion. All right, so the tornado now has moved into Meriwether County. That's well outside of our coverage area, so we're going to go back over here and take a look at what else is happening across East Alabama at the moment. We have a lot of heavy rain and maybe some small hail there in Randolph County from Wedowee back down to Wadley. They are just to the northwest of Wadley along Highway 77 out there around Southern Union. We may have some hail falling. And then down in 5 Points, we have a good bit of rain across the northern and northwestern portions of the county with some thunder and lightning, but no warnings at this hour for Randolph, Clay, Chambers, or Tallapoosa. Our next downstream warning is going to be in Coosa County, and that's going to be for that storm coming out of Chilton County, which is containing a possible tornado. We'll look at that hail core there. It's coming out of, it's just crossed over I-65 in Chilton County, crossing over Highway 31 right there on top of the Alabama Emergency Management Agency headquarters. If you folks know where that is, they're off of I-65 just south of the Peach Park. That's where the heaviest hail core is at the moment, and we're looking at, goodness gracious, that is 4-inch hail. We're talking grapefruit-sized hail. Now, I would have to see that to believe it. Probably looking at around baseball-sized hail there. But the computer algorithm says 4-inch size hail, which is grapefruit-sized hail. That is incredible. So that, and then you see the inflow notch down here to the south of it, just crossed over I-65, very close to Verbena, Alabama. My dad has a farm down there. So that's where that possible tornado just crossed over I-65 near Verbena. Again, we do not have a tornado warning on this storm. The Weather Service is going with a severe thunderstorm warning with the possibility of a tornado. Just got an update from the National Weather Service out of Peachtree City. They are continuing the tornado warning for Meriwether and Troup. At 7:18 a.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Durand, or 9 miles southwest of Greenville, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. The majority of that would be in Meriwether County. It is observed and a tornado damaging threat type storm. So again, that's over in Meriwether County, Georgia. This storm that we're looking at is in central Alabama, and we're particularly interested in this storm because that may be our next severe storm we have to deal with across East Alabama and West Georgia. This thunderstorm warning continues until 6:30, so we've got about another 11 minutes on this warning. The thunderstorm is located over Pools Crossroads, or 9 miles southwest of Clanton, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Yes, and the Weather Service is confirming my thoughts on this storm. They're saying this is the largest hailstorm so far of this event. They're calling it likely tennis ball-sized hail. Nonetheless, so whether it's tennis ball, baseball size, or grapefruit size, it's big enough to cause some significant damage. And it's right there along and just north of Highway 22 in Chilton County. It's about to move into southwestern Coosa County. If you know where Kelly's Crossroads is out there on Highway 22, just before you get to the Chilton County line, if you're going west, you guys need to take cover. This hailstorm's headed directly toward you. They're also continuing to note that this storm is rotating. We clearly have that inflow notch down there. Let's go look at the base velocity. Yeah, I don't see anything that would cause me to. I'm good with what the Weather Service is doing here. They're not issuing a tornado warning. They're talking the possibility that it could go tornadic at any moment. You see right there at Gumhead, Alabama, that's where my dad's farm is. My side of the family, the strength side of my family, all came from the Enterprise community, which is up there in Chilton County. My dad has a farm right there. We call it Gumhead, population 4. But just in relation to where that possible tornado is, it moved right over that area. He does not live there. He lives down in Prattville, but that's a family farm that we have there. Yeah, but so the couplet is not very tight on that storm down there in northern Autauga, southern Chilton, but it is rotating, and that's why the Weather Service is watching. Yeah, you can see the inflow notch very well right there, rotating back up into the storm. And look at that hail core. My goodness gracious. Massive damage taking place right there with automobiles and rooftops. Anything that's outdoors that's in the path of this storm that could be damaged by hailstones is going to get it. Now, that is some significant hail taking place there. All right, so we're getting heads up from the National Weather Service that it looks like the Storm Prediction Center is going to replace the current severe thunderstorm watch, most likely with a tornado watch. And that should be coming out pretty quick. Once again, just getting that word from the National Weather Service. The Storm Prediction Center is favoring replacing the existing severe thunderstorm watch with a tornado watch. So we most likely have a new tornado watch coming from the National Weather Service. Let's take the big computer. There we go. Again, folks, I apologize. The graphics look a little raw. I don't have time to make them look pretty. But I want to share this with you. This is the discussion from the National Weather Service just coming in, and you can see here that the area that is circled in red is the area of concern, and this is where we're likely going to see a new tornado watch, basically covering, it is going to be pretty much what I said earlier. It looks like they're going to encompass a few counties further north, and they may shave off a few counties down there on the south. But clearly, all of the Dr. Don coverage area in East Alabama and West Georgia will be covered by this new watch coming out shortly for East Alabama and West Georgia. And it is going to be a tornado watch, according to the National Weather Service. So while we're waiting on that to come up, I wanted to go back to the messenger. Let's see if we can get the messenger. No, it's not ready to take. Okay. All right, so I've got some new photographs that we're going to try to get up for you here in just a few moments. Let's go back to the radar. There we go. That's that Kelly's Crow, called the Kelly Crossroads storm. That's that storm coming out of Chilton County into western Coosa, and I just tell you, no question here, that is the most significant hail we have seen all morning. And it's a very large area of hail, too. We're most likely looking at some pretty significant automobile damage and rooftop damage over here in western Coosa and extreme eastern Chilton County on this storm. You folks over in Hyssop, down there at Titus, Equality. Titus, you need to be concerned about that rotation. It's coming right for you. You folks up here in Hyssop, eventually we're maybe talking about Alexander City and Lake Martin for all of this hail in the next 30 minutes or so. We have a severe thunderstorm warning down here in central Alabama. This would be for Dallas and Perry County. This is for a severe thunderstorm to the northwest of Selma. I think that will stay north of Selma. But that's going to end up over here in Autauga County. You see the MO here. You see that storm that just went across northern Autauga County. Here comes another one out of Dallas County. It's going to traverse the exact same area. And this storm in Chilton and Coosa is going to end up in east central Alabama, Tallapoosa County, quite possibly southern Randolph and northern Chambers. Guess where we've been spending all of our time this morning? Northern Chambers, northern Tallapoosa, southern Clay, southern Randolph. Well, here it comes again. Heads up, folks, over here in East Alabama. This storm coming out of Chilton into Coosa is a mean-looking storm with a very large hail field. And there is some rotation in the storm as well. We're not going with a tornado warning here just yet, but that could change at any moment. And our severe thunderstorm watch is about to be replaced with a tornado watch. So the tornado threat is increasing this morning across East Alabama and West Georgia. We didn't think that we were going to turn into a tornadic type setup, but that may be in the process of taking place if the SPC is going to go with a tornado watch instead of a severe thunderstorm watch. We still have that dangerous tornado on the ground over there in Meriwether County. This is south of Greenville. The hail core still looks pretty significant. That's about to move into Greenville. The tornado part of this doesn't look as significant as it did a few moments ago, and it looks like the Weather Service may let that tornado warning expire because it looks like downstream they're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning over toward Manchester and Woodbury. So I think they're probably going to let the tornado portion of that warning expire here in just a few moments for Meriwether County. Very heavy rainfall there near Roanoke. Just south of Roanoke. Nothing severe at the moment, but copious amounts of rain in downtown Roanoke, back over to Dickert, down to Doublehead, down to Milltown. Very heavy rainfall taking place there. Some thunder and lightning, maybe some small hail just southwest of Roanoke, moving to the east, northeast, but nothing severe in Randolph or Chambers at the moment. Same for Clay County. You got some heavy rain just to the east of Ashland, but nothing severe at the moment. Our next severe storm, as it stands at the moment, will be this storm coming up out of Chilton into western Coosa, and then another one right behind it down in Dallas County. The National Weather Service, a member of the media is advising the Weather Service in Peachtree City that they are getting calls of a lot of trees down on I-85, approximately around the Kia plant. And GDOT has been notified. So my suggestion to you is to not travel I-85. My suggestion to you is to not travel anywhere across East Alabama or West Georgia this morning. But if you're on I-85 coming out of Atlanta, or if you're on I-85 in Alabama going toward Atlanta, we have unconfirmed reports of trees down on I-85 in the area of the Kia plant, which is there just east of West Point, Georgia. So take note of that, and that stands to reason because that is where the possible tornado crossed over I-85. So it would certainly stand to reason that there's the Kia motor plant. So the report is that we have trees down on I-85 in the general area of the Kia Motors plant there in West Georgia. Don't know if the interstate is completely blocked or if you can get around them. I don't know. These are preliminary reports that we're just receiving on the National Weather Service chat board. Dr. Don with you on your Sunday morning, Sunday, March 26th. We have been going now for 3 hours and 21 minutes, and things continue to evolve this morning. We see storm after storm after storm training over the exact same locations of East Alabama and West Georgia, and that's going to continue. It may continue throughout the day. The Weather Service is telling us we have a moderate risk of severe weather across East Alabama and West Georgia that may continue through 5 a.m. Monday morning. So this could be a record-breaking, long-duration severe weather event for East Alabama and West Georgia. And we're here for the duration. As long as these storms do not affect northeast Georgia, I'm here with you. And honestly, I don't think that these storms will make it that far. I think we're looking primarily at an I-20 and south event for most of today. All right, so now we're getting reports that I-185 is blocked. The northbound side at mile marker 38. So I-185 is blocked. The northbound lane is blocked around mile marker 38 with trees. Also getting reports of trees down on I-85 near the Kia plant. Those would be in line with one another, but two totally separate areas. So we're beginning to get proof now that we did have a tornado on the ground. We know that it was observed when it moved through that portion of Troup and eventually into Meriwether and northern Harris County. All right, so here comes the new tornado watch. It will take just a few moments for that to populate on the screen. And I can tell you that it's pretty much going to replace the thunderstorm watch that you see on the screen right now. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. While we're waiting on that to populate, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with you as our severe weather continues. Severe weather coverage continues on Dr. Don's Weather. Don't go away. We're going to get to know each other real well today. Let me clarify one thing, Sherry. That's exactly what I said. Two totally different locations. 85 is where Kia is. I-185 is directly in line with where the Kia plant is if you go to the east over to I-185. That's the exact point I was trying to make. Maybe you misunderstood what I said. But we have a tornado debris field or damage that stretches from right there at the Kia plant all the way through over to I-185, which would be directly in line. So we have trees in both locations, on 85 at the Kia Motors plant and I-185 over to the east over there, just a little bit south of where 85 and I-185 interchange. So just want to make sure we're clear on that. I'll be right back with you. Stay with us. All right, good morning, East Alabama and West Georgia. Dr. Don back in here with you as we continue our live wall-to-wall coverage of severe weather across East Alabama and West Georgia. We are working on 3.5 hours of live coverage so far this morning, and I think before we end today, we're going to be looking at close to 24 hours of live wall-to-wall coverage if things continue the way they're going right now. So a couple of things of note. First of all, let me reset. It is 6:41 a.m. Central, 7:41 a.m. Eastern on your Sunday, March 26, 2023. As we follow severe weather breaking out across East Alabama and West Georgia. This all started early this morning with strong singular-type thunderstorms. We have seen the biggest threat so far has been from hail. We have seen a lot of large hail across the area. I'm going to show you some photographs in just a moment. But first things first, we have a brand new tornado watch that's just been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And it's basically the same areas that have been covered by the severe thunderstorm watch all morning. Though, much to my surprise, it doesn't go as far north. I'll just read you the counties in East Alabama and West Georgia that are under the tornado watch. In Alabama, the watch covers Autauga, Barber, Bullock, Butler, Chambers, Chilton, Choctaw, Clark, Conecuh, Coosa, Crenshaw, Dallas, Elmore, Lee, Lowndes, Macon, Marengo, Monroe, Montgomery, Perry, Pike, Russell, Tallapoosa, Washington, and Wilcox. In Georgia, in our coverage area, it includes Troup and Harris counties of West Georgia. Now, it covers multiple counties in Georgia, but in our coverage area, Troup and Harris are the two main counties that are covered by this tornado watch. I know the screen has a lot going on, but you'll notice that yellow area. Let's do this. Let me see if I can take the severe thunderstorm. Don't know that we can do that. I was going to see if we could take the severe thunderstorm watches. I can't. All right, so, yeah, you see the yellow line, though. That is the... Let me do this. This will make it a little easier. We'll turn the radar off for just a moment. Now, let me zoom out. Now, that yellow area, actually, they did just the reverse of what I thought they were going to do. They added a tier of counties to the south, and they dropped a tier of counties to the north. But the yellow outlined area is where the tornado watch is, and then the orange flashing outline area is where the severe thunderstorm watch is located. That watch is in effect until 8 o'clock this morning. So about another hour and 15 minutes for the severe thunderstorm watch. And then the tornado watch that was just issued is going to go until 1 o'clock this afternoon. The tornado watch is in effect until 1 p.m. this afternoon. It doesn't matter. If you're in East Alabama or West Georgia, you got to pay attention to what's going on today. Even if you're just outside of the watch areas, we still have a good chance of seeing some severe weather there. So we're going to turn the radar back on, and I'll give you a tour right quick. We have damage in Troup County, Georgia. There is some indication that this storm, the tornado, actually may have formed just right there at West Point, Georgia, right on the Alabama-Georgia state line. And then it crossed over 85 near the Kia plant, and then continued through the woods and crossed over I-185 near the Pine Mountain exit. We know that we have trees in the northbound lane there on I-185. We also have reports of trees down on 85 near the Kia plant. So that is going to be for this storm that's now over just north of Manchester and just south of Woodbury. And the Weather Service has allowed that tornado warning to expire. They're now warning with severe thunderstorm warnings for that particular storm. So it's lost its tornado characteristics. But we may have a tornado track here from West Point, Georgia, all the way across southern Troup County, and just north of Pine Mountain and on over to a point just north of Manchester, the way it's looking. Now, I'm seeing reports that there was a tornado in LaGrange. Don't think so. That what you had come through LaGrange was a very large hail core with gusty winds, no question. And there certainly could be some wind damage in LaGrange. But all indications are the tornado actually moved from about West Point across I-85 near Kia Plant and then crossed over I-185 somewhere around the Pine Mountain exit there at Highway 27, and then went into Meriwether County just north of Pine Mountain, maybe along or just north of Highway 18 over in West Georgia. So let's take a tour right quick. We have very heavy rainfall from Franklin all the way down to Roanoke, and then back up 431 up to Wedowee, all the way back up into northwestern Randolph County, back over toward Delta in Clay. Ashland, you've got some heavy rain, but nothing severe. Nothing severe in Talladega, Clay, or Randolph or Hurd at the moment. Nothing severe in Troop or Chambers or Tallapoosa at the moment. We are watching. Our next potential severe situation is over here in Coosa County, just south of Kelly Crossroads, and it extends down into northern Elmore County, just east of Titus. That storm has been giving us indications of rotation over the last hour or so as it moves at about 40 miles per hour off to the east, and we have some pretty significant hail here. We're looking at hailstones ping pong ball sized and larger in southern and southwestern Coosa and northern and northwestern Elmore County. That area will be crossing over 231 here in the next 5 minutes or so. And then looking further back to the west, another severe thunderstorm approaching Autauga County. It's right there on the Autauga County, Bibb County, Dallas County line. And again, this storm is also showing signs of rotation. You see that inflow notch down there on the southern end, just off to the west and northwest of Selma. And it continues, folks. It's like a train track all the way back over into West Alabama, right there along the Alabama-Mississippi state line to the southwest of Linden. We have another severe thunderstorm there. And keep in mind, we're looking at the Birmingham radar, so we run out of radar coverage. But you can see by the lightning detection, we have storms all the way back north of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And all of this is training over the exact same locations across West Alabama, Central Alabama, East Alabama, and West Georgia. We'll put the radar in motion to give you an idea of the direction these storms are moving in. Basically, along and south of I-20 down to I-85. That is where the train track is set up this morning, and it's going to continue. This is not going to be over in an hour or so. We're not looking at a few hours of storms and then beautiful sunny skies this afternoon. We're looking at storms continuing all day, potentially into the overnight hours. It may be tomorrow morning. But before we get all of this out of here, so long duration severe weather event, it already has been. We've been with you now coming up on 4 hours here on Dr. Don's Weather. All right, let's go to our social media take here and show you some locations, different places across East Alabama, from Camp Hill back over to Lafayette. Or where some of these photographs are coming from. This was that earlier storm a couple of hours ago that moved across Tallapoosa and into Chambers County. And just look at some of the size of some of these hailstorms here. Some damage that took place there to an automobile. The ground just covered with hail there, that particular home. That's an orange, so we're comparing the size of this hail to an orange. And understand, by the time you take this out of your yard, you bring it inside, you get your camera out, you take a photograph of it. It's warm outside also, so this stone is smaller than it was originally. And you can see it's the same width, or about the same size as an orange. That's pretty incredible. These were photographs that came in earlier this morning. This was taken along Highway 50 there, just southwest of Lafayette. You see the damage to that automobile there. Look at the size of that hailstone. Again, showing the damage to the, it looks like maybe the windshield of that automobile, or maybe the rear glass. Look at the baseball, comparing that hailstone to the baseball. Folks, that will tear your automobile all to pieces, and that will cause roof damage. Though you may step outside, especially if you have an asphalt roof, shingles, you can't really tell, but I can assure you that hailstone has caused damage to this home if they have a shingle-type roof. So that's what we're looking at this morning. As we watch this storm activity this morning, just scrolling back through some of this. I mean, look at the damage. We're going to see multiple automobiles that have been damaged this morning because of the hailstones and these storms across East Alabama and West Georgia. So here's the best idea. If you if it's not storming at your location at this hour, you need to get your automobile inside if you can. If you have a garage, a carport, some way of protecting your automobile, good idea is to go ahead and do that, because like I said, this is going to continue for hours today. If you don't have a carport, a barn, a shed, some way of protecting your automobile, at the very least, grab an old comfort or a blanket and cover your automobile. That will at least offer some protection to your automobile during these storms. Nothing severe in Randolph at the moment. Got a question there about northern Randolph. Very heavy rainfall up there across the entire county. I mean, really, from one end to the other. We've got extremely heavy rain taking place in Randolph. Maybe some small hail there just to the southeast of Delta, up in the northwestern corner, Foster's Crossroads area, north of Liberty, up there off of County Road. Let me see here what we've got. County Road 82, 269. This is in Randolph County. 313, 223. There could be some small hail there, but it's not severe. So some very heavy rainfall up there in northern Randolph. It really everywhere across the area. Heard County's got heavy rain. Randolph, heavy rain back over in Clay, Talladega County, but nothing severe. You're under a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 a.m. And the only thing we have severe approaching East Alabama at the moment is this storm down in southern Coosa and northern Elmore County, there to the west of Equality. Just west of Highway 9, south of Rockford, east of 231, southwest of Hyssop, and west of Equality. That is a pretty significant hailstorm in size anyway, that's moving through southern Coosa County. That is in line for Wind Creek State Park, Kalijah. I think maybe the southern sections of Alexander City would eventually see this as well. Now, I want to look at the base velocity on this one. Yeah, that's very broad rotation. The storm's rotating, no question about that. But it's very broad. We don't have a very small, tight couplet there. northwest of central Alabama. We do have some rotation taking place right there. And this storm has had a history of rotation for the last hour or so. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. It could go tornadic at any time, but right now, that rotation is very broad. While we're on the velocity, let me just take a look at the rest of the area right quick. We got some gusty winds up here in northwest Randolph, 25 miles per hour. And then maybe some 50 and 60 mile per hour winds there just north of Wedowee. Understand this is up in the atmosphere. The radar site, we're looking at, 70 miles away from the radar site. So by the time that radar beam swings over Randolph County, 70 miles away, we're looking up into the upper levels of the atmosphere. So these winds that we are showing here are certainly well up into the atmosphere. But when you get into some of the heavier rains, it can push some of that wind down to the surface. So if at 5, 6, 7,000 feet we have 50 mile per hour winds and you get a real heavy rain on top of that, it could push some of that wind to the surface. So pretty gusty up there north of Wedowee, really all the way down Highway 431. We're seeing winds up around 50 miles per hour up in the upper levels of the atmosphere, down to around 40 miles per hour at Wadley. Roanoke is... I got a noisy signal there, but Roanoke is in that 50 mile per hour category as well. And then as we look down here in this storm coming up into Coosa, pretty much the same type setup down there with a little rotation, broad rotation taking place in that particular storm. We'll go back to the reflectivity. And while we have, we've got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be for Tallapoosa County, and I'll just read it to you. The National Weather Service office in Birmingham has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama and southeastern Coosa County in east central Alabama until 7:45 a.m. At 6:56 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Nicksburg or near Equality, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. Ping pong ball-sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust are possible with this storm. Now that's going to be for that southeastern corner of Coosa, all the way now over to Alexander City, Our Town, Kalijah. Eventually, this could affect Jackson Gap, Dadeville, Buxton, and Frog Eye. So if I just called out the name of your town in Tallapoosa County, you need to get that automobile indoors if you can. Shed, carport. If you don't have any type of covering you can put over your automobile, then at least grab a blanket, some type of comforter, even a tarp. I know there's not much cushioning on a tarp, but just anything to soften the blow of hail will help protect your automobile. There's not much you can do about your roof. If this hail moves directly over you, there could be some roof damage as well. But anything you may have outdoors that could potentially be damaged by large hail, you need to, if you're in Tallapoosa County, basically anywhere north or south of New Site, all the way down to Bama Park in Tallapoosa County, you should be protecting your belongings outdoors, and this would also apply for northern Elmore County, north of Eclectic, over toward Bama Park. You need to protect those outdoor items if you can. And I'll just read you the verbiage of this right quick. The National Weather Service out of Peachtree City issuing a new tornado warning. This is for Baldwin and Hancock counties in Georgia until 8:15. At 7:58, a confirmed tornado was located over Underwood, or 9 miles northeast of Milledgeville, moving to the east at 30 miles per hour. I'll zoom out. Let's see. That's going to be over here, south of I-20. There you go. There's Milledgeville. So this is over here to the right of Milledgeville, near Sparta, Georgia, if you're familiar with that, near Highway 15. Tornado warning there, confirmed tornado for that storm. Okay, Nikki's asking me to repeat what I said about storms continuing into tomorrow morning. I'll just show you the latest graphic from the National Weather Service. Again, don't forget to head over to our YouTube channel, click the subscribe button and that little bell so that when we do go live for severe weather, you'll get notification. Here's the latest graphic from the National Weather Service out of Birmingham showing the severe threats for today, tonight, and into tomorrow morning. We see that enhanced risk of severe weather possible across west, central, and east central Alabama. That does stretch into west Georgia. And this is for the possibility of severe weather through 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. This is going to be a long duration event. It already has been, but it's going to continue throughout most of today, even into tonight. We may see lulls in the action from time to time. I certainly hope we do. I don't know that my voice is going to survive this for another 24 hours, but we may see some lulls in the action from time to time. But overall, we're looking at a very stormy period across East Alabama and West Georgia, potentially lasting all the way through 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I've said this several times. Typically when we have severe weather, it's here, it lasts for an hour or two, and then it's over with. That's not what we're looking at today. We have a stalled out cold front. You'll notice, let me go back to the radar. You'll notice that purple line that stretches right through central Alabama and across east Alabama, generally right through the middle of Randolph County. That's the stalled out cold front. So we have disturbance after disturbance after disturbance that's running right along that stalled out cold front. And it's not going to move much today. It's just going to kind of meander around. It may move a little north and it'll slip back to the south. And that front's just going to kind of just hang with us throughout the day. And these disturbances are running right along that cold front. So this is going to be an ongoing event that's going to continue most of today into tonight, and potentially lasting well into tomorrow morning. We have another stronger system off to our west that will finally push all of this out of here after midnight tonight toward daybreak tomorrow morning, and we could get more significant severe weather with that. So let's go back down here to our Coosa County storm. And we'll show you where the hail is there. Now, it's along Highway 9 from about Equality all the way up to just east of Hyssop. So in the path of this storm, Highway 259, this is in Elmore County now, to the east of 231 there at Rockford. Places like Fish Pond, down here at Kalijah on Highway 63, where 63 starts down there at Kalijah and comes up through our town, Wind Creek State Park, up to just south of Alexander City. And I'm going to go ahead and include Alexander City in this as well. As I zoom out just a little bit, all of this stuff is moving to the northeast. So if you're in Alexander City, Wind Creek State Park, our town, Kalijah, even over here at Jackson Gap, Dadeville, Stillwaters, you need to go ahead and protect your automobile if you can, if it's safe to do so, because you have some pretty significant hail headed your way. We'll take that out a little bit wider so you folks in Alexander City can kind of see what we're looking at also. In places downstream, like I said, Jackson Gap, Dadeville, maybe even eventually Camp Hill, up here around Budston. This storm is moving in your general direction. And notice, too, down here we have a little bit of an inflow notch. So we know that this storm is rotating. And you can see it there. I have a couple of areas maybe where we have some rotation taking place. This is weak rotation for the most part, and it's rather broad. So I don't really have any tornado concerns at the moment with this particular storm, but we got to pay attention to it. Now, we saw what happened over at West Point, Georgia. We had a tornado form right on top of West Point. And by the time the warning was issued, the storm had moved on to the east of West Point and did cause some damage along 85 there at the Kia plant, and then back over I-185 near the Pine Mountain exit. We know we have trees down in those areas. And we did have a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service at Peachtree City. So this storm could go tornadic with very little notice. So if you're in southern Coosa, northern Elmore, anywhere from our town down to about Eclectic, be very mindful of that portion of the storm as it moves into your area. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Coosa and Tallapoosa until 7:45 this morning. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Autauga, Dallas, and Lowndes in central Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warning continues until 7:30 for Elmore. Report in Coosa County from about 6:41 this morning, quarter-sized hail near the Coosa-Elmore County line. That's this storm we're watching right here. So at the moment, the only severe storm that, I say the only, the next severe storm that we are concerned about for East Alabama will be this storm coming out of Coosa, about to cross over into Tallapoosa County there near Kalijah. Then as we work our way back to the west, we have another storm just north of Selma. That will be more of a possible effect on central and southern Autauga County. So you folks down there in Prattville, pay attention to that storm off to your west. That storm will probably end up over here in Elmore County. Wetumpka, you haven't been able to play yet this morning. To be patient. Your storm is coming. And then southern Tallapoosa, you haven't seen a whole lot this morning either. But, again, that storm back over north of Selma eventually would be more of a real-town Tallahassee threat about an hour or so from now. Same thing for Lee County. Auburn, Opelika, all the action so far today has been up there in central and northern or southern, central, and northern Chambers back into Tallapoosa. But eventually, later this morning, Auburn, Opelika will see this as well. So the point I'm trying to make is you folks in Wetumpka, Reeltown, Tallahassee, Notasulga, Auburn, back down toward Beauregard, and then on over into central and southern Harris, down into the Columbus area, Phoenix City. You got time to protect your automobile. Go ahead and get those automobiles indoors if you can. If not, then put something over your automobile, whether it's a blanket, whether it's a tarpaulin, anything you can get your hands on to soften the blow of these hailstones. If it's not raining at your house right now and you're in East Alabama or West Georgia, you need to be doing that. This is not going to be a hit and miss type proposition. Most all locations are going to deal with hail of some shape, form, or fashion. The question is how large is that hail at your house? And it could be anywhere from pea-sized hail up to, we have seen confirmed baseball-sized hail this morning with some of these storms. So you could end up with anything in between, but the likelihood of any one spot seeing hail this morning and this afternoon is very high across East Alabama and West Georgia. So if it's not storming at your house, you need to take time to protect your automobile to the best of your ability. The best idea is to put it in a garage or a carport or a barn. But if you can't do that, then grab a blanket, maybe grab, a tarp. If that's all you've got, that's better than nothing at all. And cover up your automobiles, blankets, quilts, anything you can get your hands on. And of course, try to secure it so it doesn't blow away when the storm moves in. Torrent rain, just copious amounts of rain falling up here in southern Randolph County. Roanoke's just getting hammered with heavy rain right now. Raining heavily in Stroud, Standing Rock, McCosh's Mill, over there at Glenn, Georgia. Very heavy rain out Highway 22 all the way out to Dickard. Pockets of heavy rain around Wadley. Pouring up there at Crystal Lake, Cornhouse Creek, High Shoals, Rock Mills getting some heavy rain, Wedowee, Lake Wedowee. Woodland getting in on the action this morning, Fuller's Crossroads, Pine Hill, Pine Tucky, back into Clay County, some heavy rain over there at Barfield, Lineville. Up in the northwest corner of Clay County, Harkins Crossroads, heavy rain, Millerville, Pinckneyville, Hackneyville, Alexander City with some heavy rain and maybe some small hail out there on the western side of Alexander City. Then the storm of the moment from Hyssop all the way down to Equality along Highway 9. We have some probably, we'll call it anywhere from golf ball size hail to tennis ball sized hail falling down there in southeastern Coosa County. That is going to be moving into southwestern Tallapoosa in the next 30 minutes or so. A severe thunderstorm watch continues until 8 o'clock this morning for Clay, for Randolph, Clay, and Talladega. A tornado watch continues until 1 o'clock this afternoon for Chilton, Coosa, Tallapoosa, Chambers, Troup, Harris, Lee, and Elmore counties of our coverage area. It also covers central Alabama. Randolph, Clay, and Talladega was not included in the tornado watch. So we'll see what happens here at 8 o'clock when we let the severe thunderstorm watch expire. We'll see what the Weather Service does with that. Coosa County is now reporting ping pong ball sized hail at 6:17 this morning. Yes, Trey. Lynette is in a tornado watch. That tornado watch will go until 1 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Eastern for Lynette, Alabama. That is a tornado watch. Erica's reporting very heavy rain and gusty winds in Alexander City, no question. Hey, Elaine, great idea. Cardboard is also a very good idea. So if you don't have a blanket or a tarp. If you've got some cardboard boxes, break them down. Of course, you need something to hold that cardboard on your automobile. At the very least, put that cardboard on your windshield, and your windshield wipers will hold it on there. Yeah, if you've got some large boxes, that's also a very good idea to use cardboard. Thank you, Elaine. Heavy rain. Tammy's reporting heavy rain in the Alexander City, Hackneyville area. David Daniels in the house. Good to see you, David. I'm just looking at some of the comments. Rock stands in the house. Question about driving from Montgomery to Birmingham. If you're in Montgomery, if you leave right now, you can probably get through Autauga and Chilton before this next severe storm moves through. But don't wait. You need to go right now. And you're going to run through some showers, but we have a severe cell back over Dallas County about to move into Autauga, western Autauga. I-65 runs up through eastern Autauga. So you got about 30 minutes to get north of the Prattville exit, and then you should be okay all the way to Birmingham. Desiree, yes, I keep an eye on Cleburne County. Cleburne is not one of our primary coverage counties, but if we were to get a severe storm for Cleburne, I definitely will cover it. Good morning, Foster Chapel. Thank you, Pamela. I appreciate your kind words. Jimmy Scroggins watching us this morning from Hughley, where it got ugly this morning. That was a nasty storm y'all had down there. Jesse's watching us in Wedowee. Kay is in Pittsview. This morning, Joe is watching us up in Woodland. Sherry's got us turned on over in Watley, over on the West Bank. Mitzi is watching us in Standing Rock. Definitely eerie looking driving from Wetumpka to Alexander City, no question. That was from a Facebook user. I don't know who that is. Folks, if you're on Facebook, and if you have not already done so, you need to go to that link that pops up every now and then that says, let me find it. It says, please go to, and then it gives a link. It says chat.restream.io. If you're on Facebook, this does not apply to Twitter users or YouTube users. If you're on Facebook and you haven't already done so, you need to click on that link. It is safe to do so. That carries you over to Restream. That is the platform that we use to distribute our stream to all of our different social media outlets. But Facebook, in their infamous wisdom, decided several months ago that you are going to have to give Restream specific permission to share your handle, your username. So you have to click on that and give Restream permission to grab your Facebook name so that I know who you are. If you don't do that, it's just going to show up as Facebook user. I really kind of like to know who's posting. Certainly, we don't do anything. We don't resell or republish usernames. So if you haven't done that and you're a Facebook user, only pertains to Facebook users, be sure you do that so I can see who you are. Amanda is in Hopeville. Beth is watching us this morning from Pennon. Linda is in Gainesville. I'm assuming Gainesville, Georgia, though there is a Gainesville, Alabama, a Gainesville, Florida. Linda, let me know. I'm just north of Gainesville, Georgia. Originally from East Alabama and West Georgia. That's why I do this. I spent 22 years on the radio down there. So lots of folks around that part of the country know me and follow my weather stuff here. Shirley is watching us from Rock Mills. There you go, Facebook users. We just posted that link for you in the chat room. Click on that and give Restream permission to share your username so we know who you are. Tammy is in 5 Points. Carolyn watching us from Woodland. Just talked about Opelika and Valley. Maybe you just joined us. But those storms over in Coosa, northern Elmore, and certainly the storms moving into western Autauga are more of a southern latitude type storm. And that's what eventually will make it over into the Auburn-Opelika area. That one coming out of southeastern Coosa, about to move into Tallapoosa, probably will get the Lynette, West Point Valley area as well. But you're looking at about 30 to 45 minutes before it gets into that area. National Weather Service continues the severe thunderstorm warning for Tallapoosa County. The severe thunderstorm, let's see, that's not the right one. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7:45 a.m. this morning for central Tallapoosa County. At 7:22, a severe thunderstorm was located over northern Lake Martin or near Alexander City, just a little bit south, moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail is the main threat with this particular storm. And that is this storm right here. Actually, stand by one. This is a new radar product. Hold up. We're going to have to refresh things here. I'm going to take you back over to the graphic while we do this. Stand by just one moment. Hey, Chris Jenkins, thank you. I appreciate your kind words. With long duration coverage like this, we have to reset things every now and then because there's a lot going on in the background. All right, now let's go back and take the radar. There we go. All right, so here's the latest update from our radar this morning. This is where your line of severe storms are located in Tallapoosa, stretching from about 280 over the eastern sections of Lake Martin now, and then all the way back down to almost to Kalijah. That's where your hail core is. Yeah, we're talking about 1.25 inch hail here. That's $50. That is certainly large enough to cause damage, and that'll continue moving off to the east. Dadeville, Jackson Gap, Still Waters, eventually Camp Hill. You're right in line for this hail core that's moving your area. And very heavy rainfall from Dadeville all the way up to New Site, Daviston, stretches up near to Wadley. Maybe some small hail up there around Wadley also. Heavy rain all the way up into the Almond, Malone area, southern Lake Wedowee, city of Wedowee. Heavy pockets of heavy rainfall covering the entire Randolph County area. Heard County with some heavy rain. Things are a little better around Lafayette right now, but that's not going to last long. Lafayette, you have that next wave coming your way out of Tallapoosa County. And again, we have three downstream. Well, we have three severe thunderstorm warnings. We have Tallapoosa County, northern and northeastern Elmore, and then we have that severe thunderstorm warning for central and southern Autauga County. You folks in Wetumpka, Auburn, Opelika, pay attention to that storm in Autauga County. Also, southern Tallapoosa, northern Lee will have to deal with this northern Elmore County storm. And then all of Chambers will be dealing with this storm coming out of Tallapoosa. Places like Lafayette, Lynette, Valley, Hughley, West Point, eventually LaGrange will be dealing with this storm coming out of Tallapoosa. In the extreme northern end of that storm will traverse across the southern end of Randolph. I don't see anything severe threatening Randolph, especially from Wedowee north. I don't see anything severe threatening Clay County at the moment. Now, we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm over here near Childersburg. That's getting pretty intense over there. But that likely, if it does make it into Clay, would likely be the northwest corner of Clay. Certainly in Talladega County, the city of Talladega and Childersburg needs to watch this storm that's over Childersburg right now. That's small hail being indicated there. We'll put the radar back in motion so you can kind of see the direction we've got going on here. Thomas is watching us this morning in the Sewell Woodland area. Well, thank you, Veronica. I appreciate your kind words this morning, and you're quite welcome. Heather's watching us in Elmore County. Huh. Interesting. Mike is posting that the Wild Animal Safari Park near Pine Mountain has issued, they haven't because they don't have the capabilities of it, but maybe they got their local emergency management to issue a civil alert that there is a tiger on the loose after the storms. That's pretty wild stuff there, Mike. See if you can get me a screenshot of that or something to confirm it. I mean, certainly possible. I'm not saying that isn't the case, but that's some pretty wild stuff. If you're around Pine Mountain, you see a tiger on the loose, call 911. Yeah, things are a little better in Clay County at the moment, Rita. And for the foreseeable future, I think Clay County's in good shape. Thank you, Chris. Hey, Gina, thank you for watching us from West Point. We're going to try to keep you guys updated. You've already had a heck of a morning there in West Point, and unfortunately, we got more to go. Billy's watching us in Cragford. Samantha's watching us over in the Ray community in Coosa County. Thank you, Amanda. We appreciate your kind words. Charlie's watching us in Wedowee. Thanks, Jennifer. I appreciate your kind words. Jeffrey's in Valley, Alabama. We have a Facebook user in Wadley. Facebook user, if you want us to know who you are, scroll through the chat here till you find that Restream link. Click on it, giving Restream permission to share your username so we'll know who you are. Opie asking, says Chambers County with question mark, question mark, question mark. Nothing in Chambers County at the moment. However, you got a nasty storm over central Tallapoosa County headed toward Chambers. I would anticipate a severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers County probably coming here in just a few moments. Though, as I zoom in on that Tallapoosa storm, yeah, there's a hail core there just west of Dadeville. And we're looking at about ping pong ball-sized hail. So, yeah, that's enough to prompt a warning. So, yeah, there you go. Think that we probably will see a warning that will encompass Chambers here in just a few moments. Special weather statement now for northern Troup County, basically from LaGrange up to the Heard County line. That includes Hogansville and downtown LaGrange. That's a special weather statement for gusty winds and heavy rainfall. I'm beginning to see some flash flood warnings, too, over there in Georgia. That may become, if this continues and it's forecast to do so, we may start seeing flood warnings, too, across these areas where we have received storm after storm after storm. Thank you, Samantha. Winder, Georgia in the house. Hey, Charlotte. All right, so getting other reports of the Tiger. Shane is telling us that Troup County is reporting this as well. All right, let's see here. Wow, getting some more photographs of hail here. Golly, some areas it looks like it snowed out there. I'll have to rack these. I'll rack these photos in just a few moments and get them out there and show them to you. Okay, while we have, and before Chambers goes under this, what I think will probably be another severe thunderstorm warning, I'm going to take a quick break. Coffee pot, you know what comes next. So we have to take care of business here. And be a quick break, and I'll be right back with you in just a few moments. Our live severe weather coverage continues. From Dr. Don's Weather on your Sunday morning. Don't go away. We'll be right back. All right, good morning, East Alabama and West Georgia. It is 7:39 on your Sunday morning Eastern Central Time, 8:39 on the eastern side of the time zone. And we're watching severe storms move across East Alabama and West Georgia. We have been on the air with you now for 4.5 hours. Since all of this started early this morning. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to be here most of the day and into tonight as well. This severe weather may continue right on through early tomorrow morning for East Alabama and West Georgia. So we're just going to stay with you throughout the day. We will be taking breaks from time to time, but we want to continue to cover this severe weather for you. And so breaking news, and I am able to confirm now through the Troup County Sheriff's Office that apparently we know that we had a tornado in southern Troup County and northern Harris County an hour or so, maybe 2 hours ago now. I'm losing track of time. But we know that we had a severe storm with a tornado that moved very close to the Animal Safari Park there at Pine Mountain. And we are being told, we don't know of any damage there just yet, but we have received reports from the Pine Mountain Animal Safari. They are reporting that there is a tiger that is unaccounted for inside the park this morning. So that is of concern. If you live in the area of the Wild Animal Safari Park there in Pine Mountain, there is a tiger that is unaccounted for. So one can assume from that maybe the tiger got loose during the severe weather, and they have not been able to find the tiger just yet. So be very careful if you live in the Pine Mountain area. Also, from the Troup County Sheriff's Office, this was posted about 45 minutes ago. They have received multiple reports of trees down, damage on houses, and power lines down. So if you do not have to get out and travel this morning, please don't do so. We understand that there is a rather large Verizon cell service interruption that is currently taking place in Troup County as well due to that severe weather that moved through earlier this morning. The northern end of Troup County still getting hammered with heavy rain right now. One heavy cell moving over LaGrange. The southern end of Troup County in northern Harris, southwest Meriwether, right there where Pine Mountain is. Just some light rain right now, but heads up for those of you that maybe are out doing some damage assessment and cleanup in Troup County. Well, let me back up. First of all, we believe now that we have a tornado track from near West Point, Georgia, over to the Kia plant, and then off to the east, crossing over I-185, somewhere around or just south of the Pine Mountain exit off of I-185. And then we have damage in that area. So I know a lot of folks are out trying to clean up. Heads up, you've got another line of thunderstorms stretching from just north of Roanoke, Alabama, down across northwestern Chambers, and then into southeastern sections or west central sections of Tallapoosa County. In Alabama. All of that is moving to the east, so within about 30 to 45 minutes, this line of thunderstorms will be in the same area that's trying to recover from tornado damage there in southern Troup County and northern Harris County at this hour. So now we're getting a special weather statement instead of a severe thunderstorm warning for Chambers County. That's good. That's a good indication here. And it may be that we have so many storms out there, and we're going to be dealing with this all day long, that the Weather Service is going to go with special weather statements unless we have something out of the ordinary. Then they'll issue severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm hoping that's what they're thinking here. But let me read the verbiage of this special weather statement for you, just in from the Weather Service. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of east central Tallapoosa and Chambers County through 8:30 this morning. At 7:42 a.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Dadeville moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. A hazard with this storm would be wind gusts of up to 50 miles per hour and nickel-sized hail. Again, that's a special weather statement in effect through 8:30 this morning now for central and southern Chambers County. For this thunderstorm complex that's moving out of Tallapoosa County now, just clearing the Dadeville area. We'll zoom in on that for you and show you that most of the lightning output is there at Dadeville and to the south, and the heaviest hail core is just south of Dadeville also, crossing over 280 just to the east and southeast of downtown Dadeville. And then that hail extends on up to the north and maybe a little bit northeast of Dadeville as well. Camp Hill, the hail core is headed right directly toward you, so you've got heavy rain now, but you may have some hail in just a few moments. Pretty good little thunderstorm up here around Roanoke, not severe. But north side of Roanoke, up there around Walmart, up maybe a little bit north on 431, probably got hail crossing over up there between, probably right there close to Walmart. We've got hail crossing over, excuse me. We've got hail crossing over Highway 431. They're just north of Roanoke. Very heavy rainfall. It's raining everywhere, pretty much, folks. Across East Alabama and West Georgia, with embedded heavier showers and thunderstorms and occasionally severe storms. We're also seeing that storm down here in Elmore County, the storm coming out of Watauga County into Elmore County. They're going with a special weather statement down there as well. So that's a good trend we're seeing this morning. Instead of severe thunderstorm warnings, we're beginning to see special weather statements, which is a good sign that these storms are not quite as strong right now as they have been earlier this morning. We look back over in West Alabama. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there just north of Thomasville, just south of Linden. And then that train effect that continues right across central Alabama and east Alabama, which has been ongoing now for coming up on 5 hours across the area. Very heavy rainfall headed toward Atlanta, not severe, but I-20 a mess now from about Anniston all the way over to the western suburbs, Villa Rica, along I-20, just a washout this morning with very heavy rainfall moving in to the Atlanta area. Severe thunderstorm watch is set to expire here in about 13 minutes. For Talladega, Clay, Randolph, and for Heard. And a new tornado watch is in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon for East Alabama. That would include Coosa, Tallapoosa, Chambers, Lee, and in West Georgia, that will include Troup and Harris. Again, if you're just joining us, reports coming through the Troup County Sheriff's Office that a tiger is unaccounted for at the Wild Safari Park there in Pine Mountain. So if you're in that area, use extreme caution. If you were to see the tiger, obviously don't approach it. Just call 911 and provide 911 with the location of that sighting, and the safari park, I'm sure, will respond immediately and see if they can't retrieve that tiger. Up here in Carroll County, we have just heavy rain, nothing severe. You're north of the severe thunderstorm watch, and we have no severe weather in the Carroll County area. And it's a lot of heavy rain up there at Roopville, Carrollton, even up north of I-20 up there around Bremen. Some very heavy rainfall. That stretches out I-20 all the way to Douglasville, Villa Rica. Again, a nasty ride on I-20 from Atlanta, pretty much all the way back to Anniston. Very heavy rainfall there over Heard County. Nothing severe at the moment. Very heavy rainfall in southeastern Randolph County from Roanoke back out toward Rock Mills. Maybe some hail just north and east of downtown Rock Mills. And then that heavy rain stretches back down into Chambers County. Special weather statement now for Chambers County, central and southern Chambers County for that hail core up around Marcoot, and then also the storms coming out of Tallapoosa County just east of Dadeville. That'll be moving over Camp Hill, Waverly. Eventually, that probably will move over to Lafayette. Same area that saw all the strong hail earlier this morning out there on Highway 50. You've got some more hail moving into Chambers County out of Tallapoosa. Well, good morning, Coach and Miss Coach, watching us from West Point Street in Roanoke, Alabama. Good to have the Battles in here with us this morning. Miss Carolyn says that it is pouring down rain there on West Point, no doubt. Yeah, Jessica, I agree with you. Tornadoes and tigers. Where else would you see such a combination other than in East Alabama and West Georgia? Again, for those of you just joining us, we are confirming reports with the Troup County Sheriff's Office that the safari park there in Pine Mountain is advising them that they have a tiger that is unaccounted for. We had a tornado move through that area earlier this morning. We believe that particular storm that was producing the tornado formed right on top of West Point and then crossed over 85 near the Kia plant and then crossed over I-185 along or just south of the Pine Mountain exit and then came very close to the Wild Animal Safari Park there at Pine Mountain, maybe just a shade bit north of the park. But nonetheless, they are telling the Troup County Sheriff's Office that they have one tiger that's unaccounted for. So there may be a tiger on the loose there around the Wild Safari Park there at Pine Mountain. If you're in that area and you see this animal, obviously don't approach it. Just see if you can stay at a safe distance and call 911 and give them the location of that animal so that it can be retrieved and so that we can keep the animals safe as well. That's very important. Paige says that she's traveling home this morning from Nashville to Roanoke. Yeah, Paige, I think you're okay. There's no weather up in North Alabama. There's no weather up in Tennessee. You would be perfectly fine until you get to Birmingham. Then if you come back out 20, you've got some rain up there where you get on 431. And then right now it's just some moderate and heavy rainfall in Randolph County. And there's nothing severe at the moment across East Alabama and West Georgia. That could change at any moment, but for right now, you would run into some rain by the time you get to about Anniston. But you're okay to travel from Nashville to Roanoke this morning. Just be cautious when you get into the rainy areas, which maybe by the time you make it this far south, the rain will have subsided some. We'll see. But I think you're safe to travel this morning. Brenda says that she's watching from Richmond, Virginia. She left Lafayette yesterday morning and says that she's very sorry to hear the damage in and around LaGrange and West Point. Prayers being lifted up for all in both towns. Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, we're still trying to assess how much damage we're looking at. The tornado damage is going to be in the southern reaches of Troup County, we believe. Now, we had a very strong hail core move right over the city of LaGrange about the time we had that tornado to the south, and that's typical. That's what happens. You typically have the hail core just to the north, maybe a little bit northeast of the center of circulation of a tornado. So all of that lines up perfectly, and we know that we had observed reports of the tornado. So there's no question we had one. But just the exact track is what we're still trying to pinpoint. It looks like the tornado formed right on top of West Point and then crossed over 85 in the vicinity of the Kia plant and then crossed over I-185 somewhere close to the Pine Mountain exit, or maybe just a little bit south of the Pine Mountain exit. We do still have heavy rain all across East Alabama and West Georgia, but at the moment, nothing severe. Dalton, Georgia, I really hadn't seen a whole lot of anything this morning. We've got some rain just south of Dalton, but nothing severe up there at all. John, I hope that those Georgia boys have a little better sense than that. Uh, the Tigers probably a little bit scared at the moment, and I don't think I would be out in the woods looking for a tiger. I highly advise against that too. If anybody gets any bright ideas. Jalen Clark, no, there's not a tornado coming to Valley. There is a strong thunderstorm in Chambers County that will move across the Valley area, but there's no tornado. As a matter of fact, we don't even have a severe warning at the moment. We have a special weather statement which covers the Valley area. We do have some hail that's moving out of Tallapoosa into southern Chambers that will probably move across the Valley area in the next 30 minutes or so. But for the moment, we do not have any severe weather warnings. You do have a tornado watch that covers the Valley area, as well as a good chunk of East Alabama and West Georgia. But understand, a tornado watch simply means that conditions are favorable for the formation of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in and close to the watch area. Watch simply means be on the lookout. Watch out for the possibility of tornado warnings and tornadoes. A warning, of course, means that either radar is indicating a tornado or someone with law enforcement or public safety has actually spotted a tornado. At the moment, there is no known tornado headed toward Valley, Alabama. We take a look at the velocity product. Yeah. We do have a little rotation up here near Pennon, just south of Pennon, between Marcoot and Pennon. We're seeing outbound winds of around 57, incoming around 53. So there is a little rotation in this storm crossing over 77 just south of Pennon. Moving toward White Plains, maybe a little bit north of Buffalo. They're along Highway 431. But that is broad rotation. That's not a tight couplet right there. So, and the Weather Service, like I said, they're not even giving you a severe thunderstorm warning for this. So they're comfortable with what they're seeing. I'm sure they're keeping an eye on that. Rumbles of thunder in Dallas, Georgia. Hope Caldwell says Bethel Church on Highway 29 lost the roof. And the house behind Bethel. Okay. Give me a little better location, all in West Point. Okay, I got you, Hope. All right, so we have one viewer this morning that's reporting the Bethel Church on Highway 29 in West Point lost the roof, and the house behind Bethel also sustained damage. Okay. William is saying now they are reporting that there are two tigers on the loose. Huh. Yeah, so one viewer saying that they live in Auburn, they get Alabama and Georgia channels and nothing about the West Point tornado. Well, that's because they're Atlanta and Columbus and Birmingham channels. That's why Dr. Don is here. It'll show up on those channels, but it'll be a minute. We've got a confirmed tornado that moved through that area. We have damage. We have radar proof that we did have at least rotation in the atmosphere. But the Weather Service was reporting when that happened that they had visual observation of a tornado in that area. So pretty sure it happened. It's just going to take a minute for Atlanta, Columbus, and Birmingham, or even Montgomery, to jump on that. Yeah, I don't know, Krista. I'm certainly not animal safari park expert, but we know we have reports of at least one tiger that's unaccounted for, and one of our viewers is reporting that the park is now saying that there are two tigers unaccounted for. If you're familiar with Adams Road near West Point, in West Point near the Kia plant, I've got some photographs coming in of trees down. Just looking at them, pretty good indication that we had some a track right across Adams Road. See if I can get that picture up here and we'll show it to you. I'm going to have to send it to myself. Y'all bear with me here. We're doing all this stuff. Going to have to do it live for you this morning. If you're just joining us this morning, you're watching live severe weather coverage on Dr. Don's Weather. We've been going now for right at 5 hours with our coverage as the storms just continue to march across Alabama. We currently have a significant weather statement for Chambers County, a couple of very large areas of hail moving across Chambers County at this hour. but we have no severe weather watches or weather warnings. We do have a tornado watch, but nothing severe at this hour for East Alabama and West Georgia. All right, so I'm actually looking at the notice that was sent out earlier this morning. This was a mass notification from Troup County 911. They use a platform called Civic Ready. We use Code Red up here in North Georgia, but Civic Ready is the exact type. It's a mass notification system. But nonetheless, at 8:15 a.m. Eastern this morning, they sent out a message per Wild Animal Safari at 1300 Oak Grove Road. They have a wild tiger loose. If you make contact, call 911 immediately and stay inside your residence. That was issued by the Troup County 911 at 8:19 a.m. this morning. We're now hearing that there may be more than one tiger that is on the loose this morning. Others are saying they didn't think they had but one tiger, but, maybe. Kay's asking a very valid question. With all this rain, training, isn't it likely for flash flooding? Absolutely it is. And to be quite honest with you, I'm a little surprised we haven't already seen some flash flooding. Localized flash flooding certainly could be ongoing in some of these areas. But so far, I haven't seen any flash flood warnings, but that would not surprise me at all. So we have hail moving into the Stroud area, just south of Stroud, between Fredonia and Stroud. That's going to move on over toward Abbott's Ford, about to come into Troup County. And then we have more hail there just west of Chambers Academy, just southwest of Lafayette, out there on Highway 50, same areas that got hammered with the hail earlier this morning. Getting it again there near Lafayette and just southwest of Lafayette in Chambers County. Very heavy rainfall back over Tallapoosa County. And then we have that special weather statement down in Elmore County there, just southwest of Equality, northwest of Eclectic, headed towards Central, that has some hail involved with it there as well. Then as we zoom back out, things are improving up here in Clay County. Most of the county is rain-free now. Roanoke, you'll be rain-free in just a few moments. Moderate rain continues from Wedowee north and over into Heard County with some very heavy rainfall continuing over in Troup County as well. There's the one flash flood warning that I've seen so far this morning, and that's over in Georgia, north of Thomaston. Okay, so here's a good word from the National Weather Service. The overall trend is downward at the moment. Then it looks like we'll have less severe potential, at least for the remainder of the morning. And then we're going to watch for redevelopment over southern Mississippi later this afternoon. So that's the latest word from the National Weather Service, and that is out of Birmingham. So they're saying that the overall trend, and we've certainly seen that because we had one severe thunderstorm warning after another for about 3 hours, starting at about 3 a.m. this morning. But over the course of the last hour or so, Everything has been handled with special weather statements instead of severe thunderstorm warnings, and the storms don't look quite as intense. And without question, this storm in Chambers County is the strongest one out there right now. And if you're up here around Standing Rock, 5 Points, north of Buffalo, there is one heck of a lightning show taking place there. If you're in Roanoke looking south, you're seeing all of this. And that's going to continue moving on over into Troup County. But that's the strongest storm in East Alabama at the moment. Now, it's certainly raining back over here in Tallapoosa, northwestern Lee County. We've got some heavy rain up there on 280. We have another heavy storm over here in Elmore County, north of Wetumpka. Raining still in northern Autauga County, southern Chilton. But as far as severe is concerned, everything is below severe limits at the moment. And so what the Weather Service is telling us now is they believe that this trend will continue for the next couple of hours. We may even start to see some breaks in the clouds, and the sun may try to come out. That's not going to be a good thing. We don't want to see any sun today. This is one of those days we want to stay cloudy and rainy, but we may see some breaks in this stuff coming up in the next hour or so, and that may allow the atmosphere to recover from this morning's storms, and then we may see redevelopment over in Mississippi after lunch today, and that stuff will rotate over the same areas we've been dealing with severe weather this morning. So that's what the thinking is at the moment across the area. And so we're going to hang in here for a few more minutes, at least until we see what Peachtree City is going to do with this storm coming out of Chambers into Troup County, because it's about to leave the Alabama control and Georgia will take over on this storm. I want to see what they're going to issue for this. And then we may take a little bit of a break since we don't have any severe weather. We may have to go back to long form coverage again this afternoon and tonight. So I'm going to take advantage of any lull in action we can get our hands on here. Question about Atlanta. The rain's just started up there. They're already asking when it's going to stop. Look, it's been raining for 5 hours across Chambers County, Alabama, and Troup County, Tallapoosa, Randolph, Clay. It's been raining for hours. Yeah, you're looking at least a couple of hours in Atlanta with this heavy rain. It's not going to end anytime real soon. But the good news for you, Atlanta, it's not severe. There's no severe weather up there. It's primarily just heavy rain across the area. Nasty ride up there, no question, if you're up in the Atlanta area. And a lot of questions about the tiger, too. So we can confirm that at least one tiger is missing from the Wild Animal Safari Park in Pine Mountain. There's at least one report that it may be two tigers. It really doesn't matter whether it's one or two. It's tiger on the loose. So if you're in the Pine Mountain area and you happen to see this tiger, don't approach, don't, hear kitty, kitty, kitty. And I'm saying this to my wife, and I hope she's listening, because that's exactly what she would do. That's not the right thing to do with a wild animal. You want to call 911 and give them the information on where the tiger is located. And let the officials come out and take care of this. Try to keep a visual on the tiger if he's moving, so that you can assist in getting the proper authorities there to recapture this animal and get it back to safety. The animal's safety is just as important as yours. So don't approach the animal. Don't entice the animal. Don't do anything that's going to cause the animal to be an animal and then the animal end up being harmed. We don't want to see that happen. Unfortunate, we think that we had a tornado in the general area of the Wild Animal Safari Park this morning. Whether there's damage there or not, we don't know. It just may have, the weather may have startled the animal, and somehow or another the animal got loose. We're not sure about all of that. We're speculating. But we can confirm that the Troup County Sheriff's Office sent out a mass notification earlier advising folks in that area there around Pine Mountain Animal Safari Park that there is at least one tiger that is unaccounted for this morning and may be on the loose there in the Pine Mountain area. If you were to see that tiger, don't do what producer Tracy would do and try to entice it with. I'm sorry. Hey, you didn't know we were discussing you this morning, did you? Right. Yeah, I'm just explaining to folks that probably is not the smartest thing in the world to do to try to feed the tiger, which is exactly what you would do. It would what?
It would come home with us.
Absolutely, yeah. You would come home with the tiger. I wouldn't be there. Yeah, just trying to make a little light out of a serious situation here this morning. So be very careful if you're in the Pine Mountain area and you were to see that tiger. Best action here is to just call 911. Keep a great distance from it and just try to keep an eye on where it's going if it's moving. So they can get out there. And here's a heads up to you folks that may be in that area, and for those of you that may be cleaning up from the tornado this morning in southern Troup County, very, very heavy rainfall now crossing into eastern Chambers, western Troup. It's about to get ugly there in Troup County again. The good news that I can give you is that it's not severe. And now the National Weather Service in Peachtree City has issued a special weather statement for Troup County. And I'm going to read that to you. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of Troup and northwestern Harris County through 10 a.m. this morning. At 9:13 Eastern, a line of strong thunderstorms was along a line extending from State Line Park to near Denson to Chambers County Lake and moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind, up to penny-sized hail, frequent cloud to ground lightning, and heavy rain will all be possible with this line of storms that really lines up from about Hogansville to Lee's Crossing, down to Lynette, Casita, and just south of Waverly. Down there in Lee County. So all of that's going to continue moving east across eastern Chambers and now into western Troup County. So for those of you that are cleaning up out there this morning from West Point back over to Pine Mountain where we had that tornado this morning, heads up. You probably need to take shelter until this line of storms moves through. Those of you that maybe are out there, the officials that may be out there this morning looking for the tiger, take note that you have this line of thunderstorms headed in your area as well. Not advisable for individuals to be out there assisting looking for this tiger. Highly suggest that you not do that. Let the park, they know what they're doing. Let the law enforcement, public safety officials, Department of Natural Resources, let those folks who know what they're doing look for this tiger. You don't want to encounter this animal. Understand the animal is out of its environment. It is most likely extremely afraid, and it's a tiger, people. Tigers do what tigers do, and tiger and a human don't mix, so don't do that. I know we're kind of making light of that situation in here this morning, but it really is a serious situation. It could be very dangerous. So I'm getting reports that the sirens are going off in Lynette. I don't know why that would be. We do not have a tornado warning for Lynette. We don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning. If the sirens are going off in Lynette, let me check one thing here. There is some very broad rotation just east of Lafayette, but nothing that indicates a tornado. I don't see a weather-related reason as to why the sirens would be going off in Lynette. Don't know if somebody accidentally set them off or if someone is looking at the storm and thought that they saw a funnel cloud and set the sirens off. I mean, this cloud's going to look ominous. There's no question about that. And it's going to look as though it's rotating, but there's not a tight couplet up there. If local officials have made a decision to activate the sirens in Lynette based upon what they're seeing cloud formation-wise, they certainly have the ability to do that. But just understand, we do not have an official tornado warning for Chambers or Troop at this time. All right, so Mike Pittman is reporting now that he is seeing reports that the Tiger has been captured. Producer Tracy is not happy about that. She was getting dressed. Okay, here comes another report of the sirens going off in Lynette. Folks, all I can tell you is that we do not have an official warning. And I am communicating with the National Weather Service. Stand by. Let me send them a message. Yeah. So Weather Service is clueless as well. Again, this could be based off of what they're seeing, visually observing with this storm, and there's no question that it looks ominous, and there's no question this storm is rotating. But there are no radar indications that we have anything on the ground or that we have a tornado forming. Could very well be because of what happened earlier this morning that the local officials may be taking the course of least regret here and going ahead and setting off the siren system there in Lynette. I can tell you the heaviest part of the storm is going to be just north of Lynette. Wouldn't be in Lynette proper. Yes, Sharon, you can take a nap. All right, so we're being told the sirens are going off in West Point as well. Let me ask Atlanta about that. Okay, so I've posed the question to the National Weather Service if they have any idea why the sirens have been activated in West Point. Gulf Shores to Roanoke, you're going to run through some rain, but you're okay. Bad lightning in LaGrange, absolutely. No question about that. We zoom out, you can see the lightning there just north of LaGrange. And then back down 29 toward Gabbettsville, we have some pretty intense lightning taking place there as well. Again, getting reports that the sirens have been activated in Lynette and West Point. You do not have a tornado warning officially from the National Weather Service. As a matter of fact, the only thing you have is a special weather statement. So I'm just assuming, in trying to understand what's going on here, just assuming that officials in that area watching this wall cloud coming in to the area have made a decision to locally activate the outdoor warning siren system there in Lynette and West Point based on observation. Yeah, no problems with that, Veronica. Anytime your local tornado warning system goes off, you should certainly go ahead and take cover. But typically, those sirens are not activated unless the National Weather Service issues a warning, and they have not. I have asked the question of the National Weather Service in Peachtree City. I'm waiting an answer. They're probably scratching their head just as I am at this point. Okay, all right, so, okay, that makes sense. All right, so the National Weather Service answered my question. They're saying that. Okay, here's what happened. Stephen Nelson from the National Weather Service at Peachtree City called West Point and Lynette and advised them because there are a lot of people outside trying to clean up. He advised them of the dangerous lightning that was moving into the area. And they're worried about responders in the field. Now, I've already told you that was going to be an issue. So there is no threat of of a tornado at the moment. So here's what's going on. They activated the siren system for those who are outside to warn them to come indoors until this passes. There are a lot of folks outside in the Lynette West Point area cleaning up from the earlier storm. And because the lightning is so intense in that area right now, the Weather Service did call down there and talk to them and warned them about the lightning. So that's why they've set off the outdoor warning system to try to get folks to move indoors. Good move by the Weather Service and the local officials there in Lynette and West Point. But once again, let me reiterate, there is no immediate threat of a tornado at this time in the Lynette West Point area. Okay, and we're also getting confirmation that the sirens in Lynette did not activate. Folks in Lynette are hearing the West Point sirens. All right, that makes sense also. So let's clarify all of this. I asked the question to the National Weather Service, and their response was Stephen Nelson, who's a friend of mine, as a matter of fact, text back, and he said, "Hi, Don. I called the county to alert on frequent lightning, winds, and small hail. They're worried about responders in the field. There is no threat of a tornado, but a tornado watch is in effect." He goes on to say that there are numerous responders on the ground, so any safety measure for them and the citizens at this point is critical. Yes, so that's why the sirens are going off. This is not for a tornado warning. This is to get the responders and everybody that's outside trying to clean up from the earlier storm back indoors. So there you go. That had me concerned, I'll be honest with you. But because earlier this morning, for those of you that were not with us, we had what we believe was a tornado develop right on top of West Point. And that tornado moved across 85, very close to Kia Motors. And then it continued to the east, crossing over 219 near well, just east of Kia Motors, and then it crossed over I-185 there along and just south of the Pine Mountain exit, and then moved into Meriwether County just north of Pine Mountain. So we know that we have a lot of folks, first responders out there, public safety out there doing damage assessment, and highway departments out there cleaning trees. We know we had trees across I-85 and I-185 at some point this morning. So we know we have a lot of first responders outdoors. So that when this heavy thunderstorm moved out of Chambers into Troup County, the National Weather Service called West Point to warn them of the lightning output with this storm. And so West Point made the decision to activate their outdoor warning siren system to gain the attention of all of the personnel working outdoors to get them inside for safety reasons for them, which certainly makes sense. But the issue that brings is we're under a tornado watch. We've already had one tornado this morning. So when the sirens are activated in West Point, everyone thinks that there's another tornado coming. I probably would have made the same decision that West Point made. I know it caused some confusion, but if it got those folks indoors, okay with the confusion. You follow my train of thought here. And so folks in Lynette are hearing the sirens across the river. The sirens were not activated in Lynette as far as we can tell, but they were activated in West Point. You are hearing the West Point sirens. So that's what that's all about. No tornado warning for Troup County or Chambers County at this time. Getting reports the lightning is still pretty intense, though I don't see quite as many lightning hits as I was getting a few moments ago. In the last 3 minutes or so, we're looking at 31 lightning strikes there in central and southern Troup County. The storm doesn't look as significant either as it did about 15 minutes ago. I'll zoom back out and give you the wide shot of what's happening now. Hey, Sandy. Good morning from Hughley, Alabama. Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate your kind words. You're welcome, Gina. Thank you for asking. Oh, my goodness, the sun's out. We don't want to see sun today, folks. This is not a day that we want to see sun. Thank you, Susie. Thank you, DJ. We try. Thank you, Miss Anna. I appreciate those kind words. Chambers County Emergency Management issued a statement. The sirens that were sounding, that sound like they're in Lynette, are not Chambers County or Lynette sirens. West Point sounded their sirens again. And again, that was because the National Weather Service in Atlanta called them and warned them of some pretty intense lightning crossing out of Chambers into southern Troup County, which is an area that did have a tornado earlier this morning. And so a lot of folks are outside cleaning up, public safety and individuals. And so the Weather Service wanting to warn the area to go indoors during this lightning storm. So West Point made the decision to activate their outdoor warning sirens, knowing that it would get everybody to come inside, even though there's not a tornado warning, yet we are under a tornado watch. So very confusing. You had to make a decision in a split second, and I think the right decision was made. Quite honestly, if I had been in that situation, I think I would have made the same decision to activate the outdoor warning siren. I know it scared everybody half to death, but that's okay. If it scared you and got you indoors and saved you from that lightning, then mission accomplished. Doesn't matter whether it's lightning or tornado, it's your life that's at risk. So, okay with that decision made by West Point officials to blow those sirens down there. It did cause confusion, but we've cleared that up for you. and we're okay here. Facebook user reporting pea-sized and marble-sized hail at Wind Creek State Park. That was earlier. Yeah, thank you, Angie. I appreciate those kind words. Again, another Facebook user there with some kind words for Dr. Don. I appreciate that. Folks, if you haven't done so, if you're on Facebook, scroll through the comments here and you will see a link to Restream. Click on that Restream link and give Restream permission to rebroadcast your Facebook username so I'll know who you are. If you don't do that, then you're just going to show up as Facebook user. That's only for folks on Facebook. If you're watching us this morning over on YouTube, you don't have to worry about that. If you don't follow us on YouTube, I highly suggest you go follow us, subscribe to our channel, and click that little bell so that when we go live for severe weather, you'll be guaranteed to get notification. You don't always get timely notifications on Facebook. The best thing you can do is follow us on YouTube. Question about whether or not there's damage at Kia Motors. I don't know. I have not seen any reports or photographs of any damage at Kia Motors. I know that the tornado that moved through southern Troup County earlier this morning was in that general vicinity. But I have not received any information or any photographs of any damage to the facility itself. All right, folks, let me reset the situation. We've been going for 5.5 hours now. We're coming up on 8:30 Central, or 8:36 Central, 9:36 Eastern. And here's the deal. We have a tornado watch that's in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon, which covers a large area of west, central, eastern Alabama, western Georgia, and middle Georgia. Again, that goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We have some scattered areas of showers and thunderstorms across central Alabama. At the moment, the storms have calmed down considerably. We still have a special weather statement for Troup County, Georgia, but no statements for any Alabama counties in East Alabama. We still have a heavy thunderstorm there south of Dadeville in Tallapoosa. Heavy rainfall over northern Elmore County and southern Coosa. Some moderate rainfall across northwestern Chambers County, stretching up into southern Randolph, but nothing severe. So the plan here is we are going to end our wall-to-wall coverage for now. If I were a betting man, I would suggest to you that we will be back before this is over with. This is going to be a long duration event. Let me go back over to the latest graphic. And again, don't forget to head over to our YouTube channel and subscribe and click that little bell so that you'll get notification when we go live next time. But you see here, this is the latest graphic from let me just double check to make sure that that has not been updated because we've been going a long time now. No, that is still accurate. So we have an enhanced risk of severe weather right across central and east Alabama and west Georgia through 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. You heard me correctly. That would include the rest of today, tonight, into 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Is it going to storm the entire time? No. We're beginning to see the storms kind of weaken a little bit right now. But then as instability grows and the atmosphere rebounds, we're going to see more storms reform over Mississippi after noon today and then move up into central Alabama and east Alabama throughout the afternoon hours and during the overnight. So I don't think we're done. As a matter of fact, I know we're not done. I'm hoping, though, that we will see this lull continue maybe for a couple of 2 or 3 hours before we see those storms refire back over Mississippi to give us all a chance to take a deep breath and then come back and do this again throughout the afternoon and this evening. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. The tornado watch, yes, it is. There is one in effect, and it goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. And we're going to keep an eye on some of these storms. They look rough on radar, but they are below severe limits. But certainly some opportunities there for some of this stuff to go tornadic at any time this morning or this afternoon. So we're going to take a break. We're going to step aside for maybe a few minutes, and then we'll come back and update you as we go throughout the remainder of the morning. Anna Lee Milam just went and subscribed on your YouTube. You are hands down the best weather option in this area when there is severe weather. Most dependable and accurate. Well, thank you, Anna. I appreciate those kind words. We try awfully hard to do this for you. And for those of you who don't know me or know why I'm doing this, I spent 22 years right up here in this little place called Roanoke, Alabama. I was in broadcast radio. I was part of the local public safety for many, many years here in East Alabama and West Georgia, so I know this area like the back of my hand. I have, over the years, became friends with folks in the Weather Service, both in Birmingham and Atlanta. I'm in public safety up here in Northeast Georgia. Just so happens today this weather is not affecting my main area of responsibility up here in Northeast Georgia, so I can really pay attention to what's going on down here in East Alabama and West Georgia. A lot of you follow me because of my connections with that area, and a lot of you have discovered me because of those who follow and share us with their friends across East Alabama and West Georgia. And I encourage you to do that. I encourage you to share Dr. Don's Weather with your friends. Ask them to share with their friends. That gets the word out there. I mean, we know that Birmingham and Atlanta just aren't going to pay that much attention to East Alabama and West Georgia. And folks, I'm not being critical. It is what it is. Television is a business. They have to make money to survive or they wouldn't be there. So when it comes to severe weather, as much as the meteorologists that work in both of those markets would love to do wall-to-wall coverage for East Alabama and West Georgia, and I'm going to be frank here, the numbers and people are not there to make it profitable. And I know the argument that comes up there. Why should you even be concerned about being profitable when you're talking about someone's life? It's a business model, folks. It is what it is. That's where I come in. I don't have billion or $1,000,000 advertisers breathing down my neck telling me which coverage areas I can do weather for. We do depend on you to support us because there is a large cost involved in doing this. Trust me. So anything you can do to help us out from a monetary standpoint is greatly appreciated. And those links are scrolling there in the chat room. If you can help us out, we thank you. But we can do this. We can fill that gap. We can, and that's our niche here at Dr. Don's Weather. Spent 22 years in this particular area. And we can give you the weather information that you need for East Alabama and West Georgia. And you guys help us out a lot, too, like Mike Pittman this morning, giving us that information on the tiger situation at the safari park and information on the sirens. And those of you who chimed in with good information, you're part of this team as well as I am, and I appreciate you. Thank you for helping me out because this is a one or two person program here, and there's a lot that goes into making this happen and getting accurate information out there to you when we're doing live severe weather coverage. Wesley, any reports of damage in the West Point area? Yes, there is reports of damage. I don't have specific information. I have not received any information on injuries across the area. But there is damage. I know at least we have trees down. I know that we have power lines down. I think there has been some damage to at least one church and maybe a home that's directly behind the church on 29. And I'm quite sure there's probably other areas of damage as well. That's part of the reason why we're going to take a break here so I can gather more information on the damage, and then we'll come back and do another update for you here in just a little while. Yes, there is a wide 10% significant severe Hatch tornado threat box for most of central Alabama. That's correct. Central and East Alabama makes it all the way over into West Georgia as well. Well, thank you, Nikki Sanders. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Catherine. Clear skies in Anniston. That's not good. Yeah, I think you're safe to go to church in Roanoke. Randolph County, Clay County, Talladega, even over into Heard County now, you look fine as far as church services are concerned. We have no ongoing severe weather anywhere across East Alabama at the moment. If I'm in southern Coosa, central and southern Tallapoosa, Chambers County, Troup, northern Harris, same areas. I mean, the same areas we've been talking about now for the last 5 hours and 36 minutes. If I'm in those areas, I keep a weary eye to the south and southwest, but at the moment, nothing severe. There certainly are some heavy thunderstorms out there, but nothing severe at the moment for those East Alabama counties. I think you're okay to go to church. Just make sure, though, folks, that your church has someone that is in charge of monitoring the weather, and that there is a plan in your church to evacuate you from the sanctuary into a safer area. Large open span buildings are not where you want to be during times of severe weather. You'd want to go into a hallway, maybe in a where your Sunday school classes are, or if you have a basement somewhere underground in that basement. Same idea as your place of a business or your home. You want to get away from exterior wall and get away from those large open span areas such as auditoriums, sanctuaries, gymnasiums. Those are not the kind of places you want to be during severe weather. But yeah, you're okay to go to church this morning. Just make sure that your church does have a plan and you know where to go, and make sure someone's in charge of monitoring the weather, and that there's a plan in place to evacuate you in the event that we were to have severe weather before church is over across East Alabama and West Georgia. Hey, Rock. Good to see you in here this morning. Yeah, I know. I'll sit here all day long if I don't quit. So I've got to go. We're going to just monitor now, and if we start to see more severe weather moving into East Alabama, I'll be right back with you. The best thing you can do is go to our YouTube channel, subscribe to it, and click that little notification bell so that when I do come back, you'll get that notification. If you depend strictly on Facebook to let you know, you may or may not get that notification in a timely fashion. So it is critical that you go over to our YouTube channel, subscribe. It is free, doesn't cost you a dime, and click that little notification bell so that you get that instant notification when we go live here on Dr. Don's Weather. I'll see you back in here in a bit as we continue with our live coverage on Dr. Don's Weather.